Hello, happy Monday. How we doing, friends? We are back. We are back. We are back. We had a quick but awesome trip away for just a couple days. But we are back. New York City was awesome. Little Miss Iz was not feeling great on the way there, but once we were there, we were moving around and everything got kicking. It was all good. Yeah, it was awesome. We had a blast. Tons and tons of funs. We'll talk about it. Yeah. Welcome in, friends. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Good Lord. Holy Christmas. Okay. Easy to get lost in New York. You know, funny enough, like, I'm not the best with directions. I'm absolutely not. My wife is a million times better than I am at the subway. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like when you get used to it, it's not that bad. It's really not. Yeah, the getaway was good. It was awesome. We had a blast. Oh my goodness. Oh, will you change the starting soon animation again when when the Tanglewood remake? I don't probably not. I'd say, well, I wouldn't change the animation just because Tanglewood changed. If I change it, it would be because I want to add more games to it. That would be why. Does the New York City subway have a colored line map on it? Well, yeah. I think almost any probably has a colored line map. It's just to help you see which one is which, right? But yeah, the New York one is very, very intensive for sure. Thank you guys so much for all the resubs, friends. Hello. Hi. We did get to do an early stream on Friday, so we still got to stream. We didn't stream Sunday because, well, I wasn't in town, but we are back. Evil Precious, thank you for the 10 months. Chelsea, welcome back. Mike, thank you for the 3 months, friend. Gamer Fan, thank you for the biddies. Rotten Feet, delicious. Thank you for the 11 months, friend. Bugle Boy, thank you for the 6. Golden Fish, 17. Good Lord. Kirsten, thank you for the 9. Oh, it's a baby. That's 9 months. Finally got your Christmas merch? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The Christmas merch is probably going to stay up until Friday. On Friday, it'll be hitting the bricks. The trip was awesome. Yeah, I did not abandon you. I left you in good hands. I don't know whose they belong to, but somebody. Yeah. LaDarsha, thank you for the 17. There's so many, my God. Crow, welcome back. Big Miss, thank you for the 9. Ladybug, thank you for this. Good Lord. Evil. Donosaurus, Nova, Fairy, Sharkbait. DeBomb is the worst hot sauce ever spawned from the depths of hell. Holy Jeffrey. Relentless. Jerk, thank you guys so much for the subs. I appreciate you guys. You were in no hands. Okay, well, I can't help you there then. I'm so sorry. Hi, Sharon. Then I can't help you there. Activity feed, why are you failing me? Lou, thank you for the subs, Fran. Welcome in. Chelsea, I see you. Thank you for the merch, friend. I got to reset my activity feed. It is losing its mind, and I don't know what's going on. This should fix it. I'm excited, man. We start with the weekly. We have the Phas weekly. Excited to do that, but I'm super excited because Quarantine Zone is officially released, like full release. I'm jazzed. I'm excited to get back into it. When we played on Friday, it was a very short play because literally when I stopped streaming, 20 to 30 minutes later, we left. Like it wasn't like my wife was even like, you could probably do a little short stream before we leave. I was like, okay. And then as soon as I got done, lose our minds. Yeah, it was okay. Sam, thank you for the biddies, friend. Mini biddy. Hey, listen. Whether it is a biddy, 100, 1,000, 10, it doesn't matter. It is still support, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Loki, welcome in. How are you? Oh, but the trip was awesome. Highlights. I won't bore with too much, but I think highlight wise, I'd say. So my eldest and we saw Stranger Things, the first shadow. Awesome. If you guys are not really into musicals, but you want to go see something on Broadway, I would say, and you're into Stranger Things, I would say 1,000,000% this is a must go. It's been on Broadway for less than a year, and I didn't realize that. Like on in the States, I'm pretty sure that it premiered in the UK before. Yeah, but it was awesome. I would recommend it to all of you. It was so good. I learned things that I did not know about storyline wise. I mean, it's nothing that necessarily would change anything, but the play is canon too. Exactly. The Duffer Brothers, they've said that everything in it is the way that it, yeah. So pretty awesome stuff. It's not a musical. No, there is technically singing in it, but it is not a musical. Mm-mm. Nay, it's awesome. Some stuff happened in that made my jaw drop. Like my son and I both were just, it was great. When a show can do that to you, that's awesome. We went ice skating in Central Park. That was cool. My wife had heard about it and thought it'd be a really fun idea. So that was cool. That was great. I've only ice skated maybe 2 or 3 times in my life, including this one. Jamie Campbell Bower. I know, for like a single show, he apparently was there for one show. It would have been awesome to see him live too. But we did get to see the one guy, the military guy, because he plays Dr. Brenner on Broadway. So much to do. I know. Listen, my wife and I got married in New York. So we got married in Central Park. We go back every year just to go back. And we take the kids occasionally because there's obviously only so much they want to do. So it's like it's like usually our anniversary sort of thing. But this time we wanted to take them with us. It's awesome. It's lovely. We love it. It's obviously super busy, but we love everything about it. Oni, thank you for the biddies. Gamer fan, thank you. Salarina, thank you for the 4 months. Hope you had an amazing holiday. We did. We did. Yep. Bagels, pizza, you name it. We did all the things. My son the kids wanted to get something from a cart. So we did. Daughter ate a hot dog. Did you go to the best? No, we did not. No, we were split shifting for a small amount of time. When there was some shopping being done, I stayed back with Iz. Because she wasn't feeling so hot. So I stayed back with her, which was fine. She just wanted to rest for a bit. So Erica, Mrs. Flash, took the boys and they went shopping for a little bit. Yeah. Love to visit the States. It's awesome. Got to go Central Park at like 1 a.m. Barely 1 a.m. I'm not taking my children to Central Park at 1 a.m. What's wrong with you? Cosmic, thank you for the 15 months. Drifter. Got some chicken over. No. What? Do people specifically go to New York because they want to get chicken over rice? What? I would binge so much. Listen, that's our travels. Our traveling is literally, what can I eat here? That's it. The creatures of the night. Oh, by the way, so the song thing, obviously you can tell that's not Stream Elements. I don't know how to fix it. There's no way. I mean, there's nothing I can do. It's based on like how Stream Elements uses the command and it doesn't do it appropriately, but Nightbot does. So for now, it works. I've also never heard of that, but maybe I'm just, an out of townie. I can make my own chicken and rice. What? Exactly. I can make my own. Have you had, no, I have not. There's a million places we have never been. A million. One of our favorite places to go, though, is John's Pizza. It's right near Times Square. It's not on Times Square. It's off of Times Square. But, that's like a must stop for every trip that we do. It is so good. We're afraid to try other pizza places because we're like, this one is so amazing. We love it. So we go every time. Yeah. Hey, Flashbang, welcome in. How are you? You go to New York for pizza and bagels. Right. I don't go there for chicken and rice. Hey, Lenny, how are you? All right. We are doing the weekly. After we do the weekly, we are switching over to Quarantine Zone. I did learn about something a little bit later, but I kind of don't want to do it until I'm done the campaign. I learned that there is an extension for Quarantine Zone that allows you guys to customize survivors. I think you're able to choose symptoms. I don't know what extensively, like what you can do, but I'm pretty sure that you can customize your survivor. So we will check that out. Yeah. Nova, it'll be everywhere. I just wait to start YouTube until we start gaming. Yeah. Did he do it today? I saw it in the email and I just noticed it today. Played for 7 hours straight. I mean, I played it, the early access or whatever, that happened as I was about to leave. I was like, son of a biscuit. I understand that you can't play games while with me, but packing up and taking the fam to New York City is a bit I had to really sell it, Doc. No, I can't play games. We're going off to Uganda. Pack your shit, kids. We got to go. Doc messaged and was like, hey, we're playing Game Study if you want to join. I was like, oh, dude, I can't. We're away. We're not even in town. Been on a binge kick of the videos last few days. Oh, I appreciate you. Did you hear? Wait, what? Oh, get the hell out of here. I don't need your jokes. Time to F those shoes. I don't know. Is it at Edgefield? I don't even know what the weekly is. But we're going to get Phasmo going right now. Gamer, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you guys so much for that dream. By the way, when we switch to quarantine zone, drops will be enabled. You will be able to earn skins to the equipment that you're using in the game. B, if you want to have a pet raccoon, when we switch over to quarantine zone, you will be, if you sub tier 1 or more, or you gift, you will be able to get, oh my God, gamer. You already got your trash man. Good. Gamer. Was watching the all difficulty and Nell earlier on 24/7 channel. It was a fun challenge. It was, and I want to revisit that kind of stuff. I do want to revisit. Any souvenirs? I'm trying to think, did we bring any souvenirs home? An umbrella, because it was raining. So my souvenir, oh, that's right. Oh, I took the boys to the Harry Potter store. That was pretty cool. Thank you, gamer fan. Thank you. The Harry Potter store was awesome. I think the only grief I had with it was, and this is such a minimal grief, it just felt like every direction was like, buy all that, buy this, buy that. Hey, buy that. You wouldn't think about buying that? I would like if it was a little bit more of an experience. That'd have been cool. But it was still awesome to be in there and see all the stuff. It was still fun. Del Drive. We took a train. Yeah, we took a train. But it was still a blast. Good Lord. Gamer, thank you so freaking much, dude. Speed, thank you for the 19 months. More fun. Oh, yeah, lots of fun. Lots of good stuffs, man. We had a blast. You bought a new car? Oh. Well, okay, you win. All right, fine. You win. Jeez. And that's awesome. Terry, thank you for the biddies. Good Lord. Good Lords. We're doing good. It's 8:39. Time-wise, we're doing fine. What is it? Detectives only. I'm just looking to see what it is. Oh, it is at Edgefield. Oh. First one's a Revy. I wouldn't be upset. Didn't someone say this is no evidence? I bought plane tickets to go see. Oh, that's awesome. Gamer 113. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that the 24/7 channel gave some people some sense of like, hey, he's not gone. You know, it's been live. It's been trucking the whole time. It is 0. Okay. Roger that. Eminem, thank you for the 6 months. I wasn't knowledgeable enough to look. If you don't know the ins and outs of the game, it's going to take time. 0 evidence challenges are going to be tough. The best thing you can do for those is to play with other people. If you know anybody that is any okay at like nightmare rounds or anything, or what you do, honestly, if you have to do it solo, is hold on. I know we're going to go through all this anyway, but I'm just curious. What you can do is you can make the ghost hunt. You could just say F it, make the ghost hunt with the Ouija board. Understand it, yeah. And then listen for the speed because it's a normal speed. And then if you can recognize off speed, there you go. That might be the way to do it. What are the most common things on 0 evidence to look for? Most common's hard to say, but I mean, so the biggest things to look for are how the ghost look and how the ghost sounds, as in like the speed. Those are going to be 2 of the biggest like separating factors for eliminating ghosts. Because what you want to try to do, I always like to think of it like a big old game of Guess Who, where you want to ask yourself a question that would eliminate as many as you possibly can. Does the ghost speed up with line of sight? No, it doesn't. Ooh, I can get rid of all of these ghosts. Now I'm left with these. It's almost like flipping the cards down. Like, I don't have to worry about them anymore. You know? It's the way I always think about it. Barely out of 3 evidence to listen. It's okay. But the next time this rolls around, though, you will feel more confident coming into nightmare rounds or no evidence, and then you'll be able to get it. Yeah. Can you help with making a Pulte line? I tried in the ghost hardly anything, and it was a Pulte, so I got it wrong on the weekly. Interesting. So you made a line of items, and the ghost really didn't move any of them? Give me a sec. Okay, there we go. The ghosts have been off today? I don't want to hear that. Like Clue. Yeah, like Clue. I like zero evidence too, but again, it's one of those things you just have to build confidence with. And the more you do, the better you're going to get. Yeah, it's the best way to think about it. No evidence can be fun. Might have made him too close. I mean, it's possible, but if I'm ever not sure, but I'm like toss up between a Pulte, what I'll typically do is I'll have it walk back and forth over items and see if it's just hurling items around. If you're trying to check for a Pulte down that hallway, that can be a little tough because if it's throwing items hard, but it's throwing it against the wall, you can't really tell. So if you put all the stuff in the living room and then you have it loop the living room, it should be throwing shit all over the place. It might be a better tactic if you're having trouble with it. Justin, thank you for the 25 months, homie. Playing for a year, still not comfortable. Less than 3 evidence. Be hunted. Everybody has a different pace. Nobody's the same. You shouldn't be the same. Being the same would be boring. Have you tried the getting the ghost wrong all the time and dying challenge? Basically a pro over here just saying, whoa, easy, Doc. Listen, no need to measure. I'm just saying, put it back in. Zit. Mr. Doc, there is no need. Doc, I'm going to be posting that second video, by the way, soon. The one where I got to see the, in Species Unknown, where I got to see the zombies, if you will. Yeah, that one's happening soon. Probably the next couple of days. All right. We need to do our spiel, so that way after we do our spiel, we can do the games. I don't know if Mr. Song is back. He was doing an errand. He said he was running an errand with the fam, and then he'd be back by the time we started. If anything, if he's close, then we can always wait, of course. So, if you're just popping in, allow me to reiterate. We are starting with the weekly. After we do the weekly, we are switching over to Quarantine Zone. Drops are enabled for Quarantine Zone, so you guys are going to be able to get custom skins in the game for the different equipment that you use. And if you gift a sub or if you sub tier 1 or greater, you will be able to unlock yourself a pet trash panda and get yourself a raccoon in the game. All that stuff. Okay. Shit. Do I go ahead and do the wheel spins now or wait? Love when you and Doc get together. Favorite pair? Oh, stop. Stop it. Wheel spin now. I think we do it now, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget later. Or, yeah. Chinggis had a zombie. Chinggis is a zombie. Wait, what? Why wait? Yeah. Might as well do it now. Let's do it. I owe you guys from last time, because we were in a hurry getting out the door. So I already owe you one. So let's hit it twice. How do you claim the drops? If you click on that link that is within that command right there, or the thing in chat, that will help you. You should get sent when you unlock it and you claim it on Twitch. You should be able to, you should get an email that says that you have it, and it'll give you a code to put into Steam. But yeah, all that has all your information right there, friend. Thank you for turning that on, by the way. All right, let's spin this. We'll spin this twice. Then after we do this twice, then we'll do the weekly. But yeah, drops will not be on until we switch. Ooh, until we switch over to the other game. All right, so gift a game and And gift a game. The editing on the brain sucks short is oh, you're very welcome, sir. Listen, Doc, you don't have to try very hard to provide some of the best commentary content that there is. Okay, it doesn't take you very much, sir. You know it. I know it. Everybody in a 3-mile radius knows it. Yeah. Hey, Best, welcome in. Hockey, hello, friend. All right. So, 2 video games, eh? Hey, B Panther, I'm good. How are you? We are going to do 2 game giveaways, and then after we do that, we will do the weekly. All right, let me get this up first before we even start the giveaway stuff. What do I do with the code? Did you click on that link that was in chat by chance? Hi, Mr. Song. You're good, sir. No rush, Mr. Song. We're going to do 2 game giveaways. Yes. Did it say what to do in that link? If by content, you mean just say the first? Yeah, that's literally what it is, Doc. Yeah. Community game soon? Yes. Yes. I was waiting till I was back in town to pick a day. Just got home. You're good, Song. You're good. No worries. All right, let me get these real fast. Let me do this. Airby, thank you for the 22 months, friend. Do you know if it's going to be console? I do. Shocker. Throwing things at me. What is the thing? About the duct? We're talking about like whenever it's coming over, the thing that's going to be pushing the wall. You could just bump out. Sorry, she was trying to think of a word. I was trying to be helpful. Okay. She was going to throw something at me. She literally threatened me. Anyway, hi, Copper. Hi, friend. All right, let's get this going. Comes through an email in a few days. I got mine the same day. I got the email the same day whenever I got them. If you go to twitch.tv/drops, you can go and see if you've already claimed them or not. Once you claim them, then you should get emails. Eli, hello. CS Prime, hello. We did. Kate, we had a great, yeah, it was awesome getting to go to the city with the family. Oh, for console, I think it is. John, it might already be out for console. I could be wrong or it's coming. I swear to God, I saw something about Xbox. Don't quote me on it, but I think so. It might, if it's not out for console, I think it might be coming to console. And it wasn't there? Okay. Weekend trip was awesome. It was great. Xbox PC Game Pass. Okay. Roger that. Okay. I know I saw something Xbox related. I didn't know what it was. Yeah. That's why I didn't want to speak with confidence because I wasn't sure. All right. So this is going to be a free random game from Steam. whenever we do these game giveaways. And to win, you're going to type exclamation point. I need a word. I need a word. We're going to do exclamation point so that way I can not see the commands in chat and it's easier for me to see stuff. Goo, I like it. Oh wait, no, God, that's gonna trigger the command, isn't it? You know what? F it. That's fine. All right. If you're on Steam and you want to win a free game, if you type exclamation point goo, it's fine. There's a cooldown. It'll just show up every now and then. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. You guys have 60 seconds and we're going to do this twice. We're going to do it twice. So if you don't win the first time, no sweat. You could always win the second time. Once we do this, we do the weekly. After we do the weekly, we switch to quarantine zone where you guys have to help me save everybody. Okay. We have to save everybody. We can't let anyone that is, you know, not zombie faced die. If it happens, I blame you. 60 seconds of straight goo. That's questionable. Save no one. Got it. Listen, dude, listen. Listen. Can we save the zombies? You know what? I think we might actually kind of get to save the zombies. In a way. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. We're doing this twice. This is number 1. We're doing it again. I have watched now outside of playing the demo and the other day we played for like less than an hour. That's all I have in this game. I have not watched too much of it. So I will be noob, and that is a good thing sometimes. Luca! Geez, Luca. All right. Give me a second. All right, Luca, I'm getting you your code right now. Luca, you are getting Tomb Raider remastered, friend. Boom, sent. I'm unable to whisper this user, Luca. Luca? Zombies, we're working on it. How do I fix that? You have to go to your settings and allow whispers. Voted off. Yeah, you have to change your whisper settings to allow whispers. Where that is, I probably in settings. She should. It's getting warm in here. Twitch whispers. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's see. While that is happening, enter again. You're going to enter. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna clear it out. We'll enter again here in a second. No, you didn't miss it yet, Jordy. No. We're about to do it. Nope. You're good, friend. You're good. Fixed? No, it is not. You lie. Hold on, I'm gonna try to do it again. I refreshed my page. Maybe it didn't let me do it. Hey, Darkblade, welcome in. How are you, friend? Let me try again. It is not, is still. You're unable to whisper this user. All right, hold on. Hold on, here. Ready? Now enter. You're good. Go ahead and enter. Go ahead. 60 seconds from now, we'll do the next one. Luca, I'll tell you what, Luca, can you DM me on Discord, Luca? If Twitch is gonna be a pain in the tush, if it's not letting you, or you try to adjust it and it's just not letting you adjust it. Fixed it? All right. I'll try again. I'll try again. Or if you try to whisper me, because no, it still says unable to. Luca, whisper me. Mine are open. Okay, so so you changed it to allow yourself to whisper me, but I can't whisper you. Might be a verification issue. It must be, yeah, because I'm trying to whisper you and it won't let me do it. All right, let's go ahead and spin it for this one. All right, ready? Let's go. Let's see. Let's go, Chicanery GG's. Okay. Let's see. Luca, I'm going to save. I'm going to write it down right now that you won and we'll figure it out later. If you want, you can feel free to DM me on Discord and then I can send it that way if the whispers is still being a pain in the butt, which is totally okay. Totally okay. Nervy Jane, thank you for the 2 years. Ghosty girl, how was your stream? Hello. Slow mode isn't slow. No, it is. It's just what slow mode does, it just stops one person from being able to do too much. You know what I mean? Oh, hi, Roxy. Ew. Oh, ew. All right, Luca, I've got your stuff. I've got your stuff saved so we can get you yours. All right, chicanery. I am going to. All right, get you that. Now, I don't know if you already have this or not, chicanery, but if you don't, people like Doc are going to be pleased because I'm giving you a code to hunt Showdown, friend. Boom. It's in the whispers. It is in the whispers. Rogue, thank you for the subs. Oh, all the GGs go by. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you haven't played yet, it's a pretty great game. Yeah. Our friends like Epic and Doc and them, they play it to death. They play it to death. Updating the tattoo, dude, honestly, I think I'm just going to pull the trigger. I was waiting and waiting until I could figure out the whole sleeve idea. And I think I'm just going to do it. So the second it's done, I'll pull it up on stream. I was waiting for it. I'm like, dude, if I keep waiting, I'm going to wait forever. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for the sleeve idea. I'm going to work around it. I think that's the plan. I'm getting a music box tattoo, Sean. Yeah. All right. Now we're good. Everything's good. We're good. Everything's good. We're good. We're good. What about the walk-up music for stream? Oh, no. You're talking about the walk-ons? That's a blurb thing. I'm waiting on them to fix it. I'm literally waiting for them to fix. Yeah. You had me. You animal. How could you? could you? You had me blocked. You wait till I tell my mother about this. She is going to be livid. Absolutely livid. All right. I'm going to send it to you now because if I don't. There we go. Okay. Boom. Done. Done. Finished. Okay. Now we're good. Now we can continue. You're welcome, of course. There we go. All right, Don, thank you for the 4 months. Cable, thank you for the 7. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hello. Inside job, mother. I thought, oh, Mr. Song, how dare you? Will Mama Flash understand what blocking someone means? Mine sure doesn't. Oh, probably not. No, she's dead. Love it here. I love it here too. Let's go to. Was that too much? Probably too much. Oh, it's okay. It's been like 10 years. It's okay. It's totally okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Let's do all right, we're good. It's okay. It's all, you know, listen. We got to be able to laugh in life, okay? That's what she would have wanted. Well, no, I would always do that joke whenever someone would try to like do like your mama jokes. I would just shut it down with that and then be like, oh. Hi, Night Raptor. How are you, friend? Laugh at life and death. Exactly. You got to be able to celebrate, man. Celebrate the good stuff. All right. Now we can continue. This week's challenge is detectives only. Put your detective skills to the test. This ghost is giving nothing away at Edgefield for 5K. There's the player settings. There's the ghost settings. There's the contract. And there's all of our equipment. That's a lot of tier 1 and a tier 2. We got the headlamps, so that's nice. There we go. Now, something to take note of with this weekly, though. Pay attention. So what they mean by the description is that you are not getting any evidence in this one. So careful, SpongeBob. But you do get the Ouija board every time, which is nice. Super, super nice. Did I see eventually? Hi, Van. Was that the music box? Wait, was what the music box, gamer? And you might get EMF. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Drifter. Thank you. They've never successfully pulled all of the evidence out of no evidence. You can still technically see EMF 5 on the activity board. The cursed object is the Ouija board every time. It's the Walla. Walla, Walla, Walla. Walla, Walla, Walla. It's on Edgefield, so this shouldn't be too bad. Get out of here. Get it. No. Get it. Get it.
Welcome back.
Oh, Lenny, you're good, friend. Listen, it is all about good vibes, chilling, and hanging out. That's what it's about. Here's all the evidence collection tools. You can't use it. You get nothing. All right. Whenever my friends are ready to go, let's do the things. Let's do the things. Man, I feel it's only been a couple days. It's honestly only been a few days, and it feels like it's been way longer. It's the way that it always feels. It's just the way that it is. Oh no, I am Ammo. Yeah, I'm starting it up literally right now. Yep.
Oh hey, how are ya?
Oh hey, how are ya? Literally just now starting it up because we're about to get going.
Oh hey, how are ya?
Oh hey, how are ya?
All right, we're gonna try all the things and see what happens. Oop, I don't want to do that. Oh my goodness, Cosmic! Thank you for the gifted to Lenny. Thank you, friend. Sunshine, thank you for the 3 months, friend. Hello. All right, I'm just about ready. Let's see. This might be overkill, but I'm gonna try something. Is there?
Oh hi, P-Honix.
What the hell did you just call them?
I said hi, P-Honix.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Listen, I got your back.
Thank
Why's
you,
your player
Batman.
card? Why's your player card look so
Don't worry
bright
about
right
it,
now?
FlashForce.
Hey, okay.
Looks bright.
Well, like the bottom left looks super shiny. Like,
It looks shiny.
Okay,
For you, 'cause
I'm
it
not
doesn't
the-
look like that. No, I'm seeing it.
yeah, it's like glowing.
I'm luminary.
Hey, welcome in, friends. Hello, how we doing? G-Man, hello. Doing good? Hell yeah. All right. Edgy fields, no evidence. This should be fun with 4 people. But like, not sarcastic. That will be fun.
Yeah, no.
They're
Yep,
special.
no,
They
we're
are
good.
special.
I have faith. We got the A squad.
Sure. Yeah, faith. All right, blood rain. Let's go. No, I don't think so. All right.
I got EMF, spirit, and
Did you say you have EMF and spirit box?
yeah, EMF, spirit box, and
Mhm,
dots. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
I hate it here. All right, I'm gonna grab thermo, and you know, I'm gonna grab the UV. Why not?
You know what? At least we have headlights.
We do have headlights. That's gonna be super helpful. I'd rather that than tier 1s for sure. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. At least it's something.
Tin can. No. No, the audio sounds good on my end.
Eden.
Ready? Watch this. Easy peasy. Shows up. Boom. Gives it away. Why do I have the UV? Oh, I brought it for extra light, just for funsies. I brought it for light for funsies. I forgot. Was that upstairs?
I had a door touch up.
Yeah, I brought the UV for extra light because we only have the tier 1s, the little goober tier 1s.
This one.
Well, I don't have. I have I could check it with a thermo.
Yeah, I have a thermo too.
I'll get more stuff. It definitely touched a Nenor upstairs, by the way. 2 a.m. need sleep, then go to bed. Lacey, thank you, friend. Welcome in. All right, we will bring EMFs because it'll help us figure out where Ghosty is if it's moving around or if it's a stalker or things like that. We'll bring 2 at ease. Tier 2 headlamp is more light than the tier 1 flashlight. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I got breath here. It's hallway.
Hallway. All right. Let's do that. Let's do that.
I'm assuming we got power on already. Yeah.
But yeah, the lamp was just on, yeah. Always find that Phasmo just calms me for whatever reason. I could understand that. I understand what you mean. It is, I mean, it can be pretty chill until the ghost spawns in your face. Then it's not so chill anymore. Let's bring, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to be helpful. This will be helpful. Hey, Snowy, welcome in. It's your cozy game. Yeah, it's a lot of people's cozy game. It's a nice puzzle, you know? Not stepping in salts.
Ghosty, can you stomp in the salt, please, and stop being so boring?
Stop being so boring. Here, I'll do this.
you're
I give you
being really
fire.
boring, Ghost.
Ooh, good point. The ghost name is Christopher Bowen, so goodbye Banshee and Diane.
Change it to Christopher Boring.
Oh, got him. I see what they did there. That was a good one. All right, I'm gonna bring in more salt, and I'm gonna bring in this, just for stuff to do.
FYI, I lit the back candle too, the house candle.
All right, is Ghosty walking up and down here, by the way?
Just, I haven't seen it go off yet.
No.
So
it's
are we
being
sure that it's
real
here?
Shady. Well, we got
was
breath
here. I
up
did get
here.
breath.
It is chilly up here.
Now it's up around 8, so it may have moved.
Boost.
What does that say? Because it's not doing anything. It's not walking around very much. Temps are going up. Could be a shade. Could be. Did it move downstairs? I didn't check these other rooms yet.
Oh.
I just heard a throw.
Threw something in here. And I got breath in here now, so it moved in
Okay.
here.
All right. Good talk.
Ghosty, do you want to play as Wonderwall?
All right, let's do
No,
that.
no orbs.
Oh yeah, rattle them doors.
Yeah, I love door rattles.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel better because it's
Another
poking
one.
itself while I'm in here.
Yeah, at least it's
All right,
doing
give
something.
me another one of these. well, I'm never gonna know if
it's
it
like
goes.
3 degrees now.
Stop going out of the room.
Oh, it blew out a, wait, it blew out a candle out here.
Yeah. It might have done it through the wall. Hey, Cloud.
Postina
Oh,
is
there we
not a
go.
wraith,
All right, not a
left
wraith.
in the salt.
It's about damn time. In a minute. Gonna need a minute. All right. Work. Yeah. Okay. Ghosty, you really are boring,
We're
huh?
below 50.
Oh, I just hunted.
Spicy.
Yeah, just tried to do the thing.
How far below are we? Weekly? Yeah.
Like 47, 49.
Roger that. Not a Ure?
It's not a Ure, 'cause it creaks the door.
So the reason we say not a Ure is because it touched the door, but it did not fully open or fully shut the door. Now, we could probably confidently say not a shade because A, I'm pretty sure it was in the room with us whenever it hunted. B, it hunted above. It hunted right at 50. So, yeah, I don't think so.
You got a smudge flash?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
Yeah. Likely not an early hunter. No, I think we have a normie. Once it hunts, we'll have a way better idea of what this might be. Not a gory. I mean, I'd say it almost more than likely changed rooms, right?
Yeah, it did, because the hallway
Yeah,
was cold.
definitely.
Oh,
It was.
we had breath in the
like,
hallway.
It was like, yeah, and it was like 4 degrees in the hallway, and then it moved into
Okay.
the other room. I don't think it just
So not a
wandered
gourmet.
out.
Okay. Eli, hello.
Not that early.
Do you want me to
on.
go remove the cruces to see if we can?
Well, it ate
Okay.
the it ate the one.
Tier 1, so there's only one.
Yeah, so I'll just.
Hey, it's hunting.
Never mind.
Is that an Oni? Just trying to murder me with a shoe.
It took your FM shoes personally.
This might be an Oni, maybe. I feel like I didn't get to
Go
see it
sit.
long enough.
Go sit.
It
You want to F
was
my?
pretty visible the entire time because it stopped here and turned towards me and started walking.
And you
towards
still
me,
could
and I
see it really
the
well.
whole time.
Okay.
The whole time.
I'm gonna do the old loopy loop and
It's
pull in here.
also very.
Who throws a
normal
shoe?
Speed.
Okay. Oh yeah, very
You wanna F
normal.
my shoes, I'll F your shoes.
Damn. What'd you say about my shoes?
Oh
my God, does that break?
Here all week.
All week? Damn.
He doesn't have any other plans.
Oh, that's fair. So
I mean, unless it kills me, I
we are currently thinking it's an Oni because of how visible the ghost was. It was extremely visible, as in whenever it was hunting, the amount of time that it would go invisible, when it would blink, it would come back really fast. Onis are way more visible. Phantoms are less visible. Waiting for it to hunt again. It should be able to hunt here in the next couple seconds. Like that.
Hunter.
Little Oni-chan, you're an Oni-chan. Hey, Song, want to see a ghost? Boo!
That was scary.
I thought it got you. I was like, oh no. Yeah, I think it looked pretty damn visible.
Right. Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
I could see him the whole time.
I brought the ghost over to Song so I could say hi.
He was just ready for his close-up, Mr. Demir.
Oh, technically we would be able to see the EMF 5 on the board. It is an Oni. I made him smudge.
Tell us, board.
If it does an EMF 5.
Ass board. C West, thank you for the biddies. Shower, thank you for the 9 months. Paul, thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Paul and Fraction, welcome in. I'm cool with not waiting for it. I'm pretty confident with Oni.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just really hoping that as you said that it was going to be like.
That'd be pretty great. I know. No, it'll do it here in the next like 7 ticks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? Here it
Look,
comes.
Flash can predict a lot of things, but I don't think that he can predict this.
No, this ghost is lame. It was acting very shady to begin with.
It was.
Yeah,
Oh.
kind of shitty for an
Oh,
oh,
little
there we
delay.
go.
Oh, what? Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Ah, never mind. All right, hopefully we're right. You can see, yes. So even though it's supposed to be no evidence, they did something on the weekly where you can still see EMF 5 on the board. When you do a no evidence run yourself, when you remove the evidence, you can't see this. The weeklies, you can. Fun fact. Nice, nice. All right. Let's have them shoes again.
Yee.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's worth it. If you're not sure what the ghost is, go wait in the truck and see if you get EMF 5. It's worth a shot. Giving the player bone. I don't think it's intentional. All right, I'm gonna do flashlight. I'm gonna do this. You know what? I'm gonna bring 2 motion sensors immediately.
Alright, I got thermo and EMF.
Let's rock.
Rock and roll potatoes.
Is that upstairs? Does anyone have EMF on them?
I do.
You check
I do
doors?
Boys' room, right here.
Yep. How do you know it's EMF 5 on the board? The way you can tell is whenever you see a jump on the board from 0, typically what you're looking for is a 5 plus or minus 1. So
Nursery.
noted. So if you see it go from 0 to 5 or 0 to 4 or 0 to 6, and you see it go up, over, just like this, except up that high, up, over, down, that's typically an EMF 5. But the things you have to be careful about are a Pulte could make it look like that by doing multiple objects at the same time, or an event can look like that. So if there's nobody in the house and you see something, it's more likely. All right, I'm gonna bring another one of those. I've got me a smudge as well, and another cruci. What have you thought so far with Quarantine Zone? Oh, it's been great. I've been loving it. I can't wait to play it again later.
Why
All right,
is that so
Blasted us from
loud?
the bathroom.
I see the breath.
Is the breath in here now?
I see it in there in the nursery.
Well, when I went in there, it made a toy giggle at me, but I felt like it
Gross.
was like inside my brain.
Ugh. Oh, this one's not an Oni.
I got it giggling on audio from the bathroom, so that was nice.
Rude.
It found scaring you particularly funny.
Whole time I would just assume it was on 5 for a line. It would be EMF. It can be. Again, it's not 100%, but it's something you can
Gonna stomp in the
trust most
salt?
of the time.
Hello,
We any
ghost.
ghost.
Well, I haven't seen it go in or out of the. I'm waiting to see it go in and out of the room. Oh, burn in hell.
Giggling at you again, Phoenix.
Stop
Sicko.
giggling
Oh,
and
got
come
that again.
out here, child.
I want to see if it's actually moving in the room. Oh, okay, it's in there. Okay. It just set off the motion sensors in the back of the room. Hey, Brianna, welcome in.
Come out here,
Strawberry,
child.
hello, how are you? What's this voice? It's going to walk in the salt. I don't know why it's not coming out of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just pacing in the room.
There is something in there.
Ghosty. I mean, we're going to know when you try to hunt if you walk in the salt, but it'd be nice to know before that.
Okay, ghost will leave if you tell us, but you are.
That's fine, yeah. I'm a spirit. All right. Susan Kraft. Susan Kraft. Oh, we do have another salt. I'm going to go put it inside the room. There we go. I'd be pacing if a bunch of people... You know, to be fair to the ghost, you know, you have a group of people that are just pacing outside of the room. Would you leave the room?
Yeah, maybe. Out of panic.
Okay, touch an object. Okay, all right, all right.
Well, maybe I wouldn't leave the room, but I definitely wouldn't have giggled to let them know where I was.
Oh. There we go.
Puppies.
Finally.
Tee-hee. Tee-hee.
That's not a tee-hee.
I mean, maybe it's a he.
Ghost has stage fright. Yeah. All right. So let me prep. Uh-oh. We don't have juice. Is it in here? No, it's in the basement. Power's in the basement. I'm on it. Sandy, I'm not sure. I don't know how much we have. On the next one, we could use the Ouija board. We haven't done that yet. Nice. What a
Turn
bitch.
off the breaker.
Not a gin. Seems like around 50% Sandy when checking the board. Let's go, idiot. Captain Planet?
Yeah.
I get it. Did I miss anything? No. No. Waiting for this ghost to come downstairs. Thank you guys for all the follows. Fury Den, thank you for the 31 months, friend. Oh, what a hooker. It like touched down here and said, nah, I'm good.
Did that turd even come down?
Did what? I swear to
said, did
God.
that
The
turd even
turd
come down?
and asked if it came down.
What's good? Just trying to do the weekly, man. No evidence. The first ghost we had was an Oni. This one turned the power off. Like, I didn't hear the speed, but is this a freaking Hantu? It keeps turning the power off.
It was like none for you.
If you had an EMF. Oh, check the breaker for a gin ability? Well, it turned the power off, so it can't be a
Making
gin.
flash exercise up and down the stairs.
I'm tired of it. I didn't hear the speed. I was like, is this a Hantu? Why does it keep kicking the breaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Monday.
fast.
That sounds normal. Oh, it's a child. Phoenix, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That
Just a little
stupid
girl.
kid.
It's trying to
Alright.
bite my kneecaps.
Ew. All right. So this little brat is not eating that crucifix. What? Did it move rooms? Ooh, I think it moved. The challenge this week is the detective one. What is it called? I think it moved to the hallway. So it's not a Goryo. Goryos can't change rooms. It's not a Dio. If I get hunted right now, it's a demon. We're within range. Say no. It's not an Obambo. Sandy wise, probably not. Not a Hantu.
Banshee test?
Huh?
You and I want a Banshee test, just in case?
We could. I'll be in the living room song.
Okay, I'll be at the end by the shoes.
Okay. I'll cross off more ghosts here in a second. You go first. Wait, is somebody outside? It's not a spirit, by the way. I don't think it's a demon either. Hey, Song, we would have failed that test because not everyone's inside.
Yeah, I just thought about that.
Yeah.
So I tried to come inside. And then
No, you're
it
okay.
went on my
Ghosty,
face.
Ghosty said, no, Phoenix.
I
Phoenix.
don't know if you were visible,
No,
but it came
Phoenix.
right to me.
I don't think it's twins, Raiju.
No, nothing fast.
No, definitely normal speed. I mean, it could be a mare.
I don't know if you were visible, but it came right to me back here. So.
No, no, no. It could. I was not visible. I was around the corner enough that it couldn't see me. What are you so out of breath for? Relax.
I need to work out.
I walked 3 feet. Oh my God, there's a
I
jaw.
walked 3 feet. I can't breathe.
Check for orbs. We could. I'm really not thinking it's a mimic. Did you get a good look? Would you say it's a phantom song? I'd say probably not, right?
Definitely not a phantom. It was more visible than that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was definitely like normal
it
visible.
hunting? Thought I heard static.
I smudged it, by the way.
There, Myling, Obake, Onryo, Pulte, Shade, Yokai, Yore, Banchi. What the hell? Bye, song. Still normal speed. Interesting. Where's this little bastard hunting from? Yeah, temps are still cold out here. Possible mare? That's hot. Oh, Jesus, that's not. Oh, good Lord. No, get away from me. Mare, is that you?
Is it in another room or is it still in the hallway?
I think it's in the hallway. It vented twice over there.
Yeah.
The normie ghost can be tough. On no evidence, it can be a little rough. Little Big Sis, thank you for the 12 months. Chicktastic, thank you for the 31. PSU, thank you for the 22. Testing the mare ability. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing when I do this. You do a flip of the switch. I'll leave that on. I'll leave that on.
I'm gonna go. I still see breath in this room though.
I see it in the hallway. The mare's ability is its ability to turn off a light when you. Okay, the mare can turn off a light immediately after you turn it on. See, I think that went out naturally. I think the candle was so low that it went. Yeah, get him. Can the mare turn off the breaker? Yeah. The mare has nothing to do with the breaker. Like it turning the power on or off more. Did we cross off a Ure yet?
No. Is it only opening and closing the door?
Was this thing always wearing like a hat or a bandana?
Never mind, it's only partly open.
We got a singer. Oh, you made it disappear. Never mind.
Take that shoe.
Who am I playing with? Our lovely mods. This one's a toughie. Was wondering, like, has it always had that hat? Maybe it has. I just never noticed the hat. North Shore, I think of the 26 months, friend. There we go. It has? Okay. It's a detail I never pay attention to. All right, it's downstairs. You know what? Hold on. Come up here, little shit. It's gonna be too late. I'll do it next time. Next time I'm gonna smudge. I'm gonna buy some time next time.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I heard it from like right here now.
Nothing. Banshee roulette. Is everyone in the building right now?
No.
I just saw little scampers running into the house.
I am now.
Turn the power
Where
off.
when I went after you,
It has yet to. I haven't yet to have it target me.
were you visible?
A little late on the timer. Yeah, it targeted me.
Did it target you that time?
Yep.
Okay. It
Where
turned
is
off
it?
the fucking power.
Where is it? Well, we never turned it back on.
Oh, okay.
Can it switch targets? Only if the main
It
target is
started over
dead.
by me here, like right around in that.
I know. I'm just trying to check the. Hey, I say we go with Mayor. Yeah, I'm fairly certain I've had the ability happen to me twice. How could you? I think so. If not, well,
Imagine
that's my bad.
worrying about money and bad.
Hey, that's someone's money. Someone's got to pay tax on it.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Abilities used. 2. Nailed it. All right, one more.
And that was both times you got it.
That was both times. So I kept checking. I was like, I'm convinced. I just need to see it again because I don't want to just say, yeah, and then it's wrong. All right. Good night, Lenny. Have a good one.
All right, we're here. Take a look
It's
at the
waning. Uh-oh.
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 No.
Uh-oh.
We got an uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I don't have a raincoat. Phoenix, help. All right, well, it's going to be a little faster. It's going to be a little bit faster. This is going to be a spicy no evidence run. All right, well, I've got a smudge. That's good enough for me. Dun, dun, dun. Give me EMF 5. Go. Let's put... I'll bring a motion sensor. Oh, we're going to stain the carpets. Watch, we're going to get a ghost that has no eyes. I swear to God. Noted. What is your favorite room? Gotta use it at least once. Goodbye. Hey, its favorite room is utility.
Oh, good. Right where you
Oh,
were.
really?
I'm here. How many pineapples? No, respect the ghosty, okay? On the blood moon, you respect the ghosty, okay? We don't want to cause any problems. I'll bring a torch. You know what, let's bring, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to drop that cruise. I'm going to bring another one. Want to be an early hunt ghost because of the blood moon. I know. All right, I'm bringing Shri lights. A 1, a 2, a 3. You won't blow them out. You won't do it, nerd. Blood
Do
moon,
it.
yeah.
You won't.
You won't do it, stupid. Oh, it's not a wraith, by the way. Oh, ghosty. Hey, are you another mayor? Okay, just checking. Oh, pooped in the sink. 1, 2. Two.
Thing didn't even capture any of that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Oh, goes fat.
Oh,
What are you-
poor Phoenix got farted on. Oh,
Poor
what
Phoenix.
was that song?
How dare.
Ghost, come on. I see my breath. Just do the thing. Please. It did the thing. There was a crucifix in that room. There was a crucifix literally on the floor in that room.
Yeah,
It's so
it missed it.
zoomy.
How?
I don't know how it missed that.
Look at this. Look at this
It
coverage.
covers it.
It covers
Yeah,
the
I
entire
saw.
room. Like, I'm sorry, does the
I saw
Onryo
it.
ability negate, like, completely eliminate this? It's not a cursed hunt.
That was scary.
Lighting it again. All right. I got 3 fires lit again. Why did we get the Timu Crucies? I didn't buy them. It wasn't my fault.
Did that not have triggered the Cruci?
I know, but our sanity is a little bit below 50, by the way. I wonder if... Oh. Kind of forgot that I talked to the Ouija board earlier.
It blew out one.
Taking all of them. Did you get the dumpster? Maybe. There we go. All right. Now if it hunts, now we're talking. Yeah, you won't hunt now, will you, nerd? You won't do it. We have double protection. Hello? Imagine it's actually is a gal. I mean, it did it again.
Yep.
You see the red eyes? It avoided it again. It hunted from the same spot.
Say, pretty convinced it's
I
an
mean, that's
Onryo, right?
faster than
Hold on.
even Blood Moon.
What is our sanity right now?
I think it's just the blood moon.
It's just
Yeah.
weird that he seems
Right?
faster than Blood
I
Moon.
took as much sanity as possible. I don't. Honestly, it's a great question. Not an Onryo? I don't know.
I'm gonna put down another sound sensor so you guys can hear.
So I can hear what? I'm inside here. Gallows choose to ignore protection. Well,
Got a window knock over here.
I don't think Gallows choose to ignore it. Isn't it that the range gets smaller? Reduced Cruci range as Gallo is enraged by Salt. See, I don't think it ignores it. I think that it just, the range is so... Event? Yeah. Possible Gallo that's maybe like reduced range on the Cruci?
That was an event right here in the hallway. It burst the lights.
well, it's rude.
Yeah,
Evangeline, thank you for the 3 months. Madison, thank you for the year. It hunted fine after. It should have been. You know, that is a good point. After the hunt, shouldn't it go back to normal?
I thought so, right?
The light flickered and the door touched at the same time.
Or be weakened or something after it's no longer enraged?
Right.
Do we have more salt?
I was about to do. I was about to say.
One more.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a test.
I thought there was one salt pile stepped in.
Isn't there one salt
it's
pile
further
stepped in? Inside the room?
Well, it stepped in
Oh, yeah,
multiple.
okay. One early in, but these other 3 in the doorway aren't.
There's ones in the doorway that have not been stepped in.
Yeah, for me.
They're all stepped
These
in
two
for me.
right here.
They're all stepped in
Okay,
for me.
these 2 right here are showing good for me.
Wait. For you, they're not stepped in?
Nope.
I think this might be a Gallo.
Only one inside the room is stepped in. The one closest to the crucifix. The other
So for Song, some of the salt is stepped in and some is not. And for me, all of it is stepped in. Chinggis and I had this problem with a Gallo before, so I'm wondering if that's what it is. That would make sense.
Fair.
That would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense as far as the reduced range on the cruci after stepping on salt the first time.
I don't know if it's over there or not.
Is that what could be reducing the range on the crucifix then? If it's
Yeah, that's the
stepping in
thought. Yeah. I think it's a Gallo problem, like multiplayer. There, now it ate the cruci.
Just blew another or burned a cruci.
Yeah. And that's my guess. I mean, we can wait for it to hum one more time.
Yeah, I'm fine with waiting.
Okay.
There's an extra smudge below you.
Roger that. Once it walks in that one salt, I'm going to lay another one down. Didn't know it was so...
To see if it steps in it.
Just to make sure that it does, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Or does not. I guess making sure that it does not step in it.
Correct, yeah, I know what you meant. Faucets upstairs in the hallway are open, by the way. Quickest to get to.
Is it the burnt cruci that makes it in a normal state? There, it stepped in that. So it should completely avoid this one. It stepped in the one salt, so it should completely ignore this other pile I have in front of me. Or just completely event on Friendo and...
What a bully.
So this pile is still not stepped in?
Yeah, for me, it's not stepped in. Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, all of them look like this for me.
Yeah.
Other than that one.
It's okay. Cycle through this. Completely ignored it. You see that? Look. Completely ignored the salt pile. It stepped right on it, like right over it. Not stepped in for me. Yep.
Okay. Gallo?
Gallo. Yep. And the thing that's happening with Song is like almost a seal the deal kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's crazy, though, that it desyncs like that.
It's weird. Lord knows. Take advantage of it, I guess, while it happens. Can't help a bug.
No bugs, only features.
Not much we can do. So they're broken. Oh, no, this weird salt thing.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yep. I'll take it.
GG's.
Not our problem. I'll take it.
Hey, and also bonus with the blood moon for that last one.
And the bonus with the blood moon, the extra doll hairs. Nice job, team. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you guys for joining the weekly,
Yeah.
friendos.
Yeah, good luck with your
Thank you.
quarantine.
Thank you. It's gonna be fun. We'll see if we can keep people alive.
Try not to get
Alright,
infected, Flash.
I'll try. Oh. Have I done the apocalypse challenges? I have. It's been a long time, but I have done them.
Welcome back. There's some
I
jobs
have
for you.
indeed. We have 36 minutes until ads, so we'll probably just go ahead and switch now. Let's do the things. Let's do it. All right. We are switching over, friends, to Quarantine Zone. Been waiting to play this again. Have fun with saving the humans. We're gonna try. We're gonna try our best. All right. Oh gosh. No, where's my mouse? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose it. Why is my mouse is freaking out? Game, I swear to God. Baron was, yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like a Baron thing to do. I mean, what? All right. Now, I know last time we did this, I kept my camera in the top right. Do we think, is camera top right okay, or is middle better? To do an apocalypse stream? Oh, Lord. Great question. No idea. Gonna guess 3 victims. Nice. I like it. I dig. Middle. I think this might be better because I think there's information that happens there. Like, I think the money and stuff like that's up there too. Middle of the screen might block the gameplay. Not the dead center blood sample. Or do you mean sitting, or you mean here might block the equipment? Move this to the left as the evidence ended up on the right side of the screen. Ah, I don't want to move to the left. I'd rather figure out a way to make it work on the right. Yeah, if I can make it work on the bottom right, I'd rather make it work on the bottom. Or like bottom, you know what I mean? The right side, whatever. Dead center, full screen. I got you. I got you, boo-boo. What about bottom right? I could do bottom. We could, once we get the game loaded up again, we can see. CG. Gotta hit the first one first, friend. Chaos, pure chaos. All right. I think we're good. I think so. Oh, I need to, you know what? We're not good. I need to adjust. I need to adjust 1 or 2 things and then I'm ready. But we are switched over, so you should be earning drops right now. Drops should be enabled. Bought it immediately. It's been pretty damn fun. Well, I mean, we loved the demo. The demo was great. All right. Hey, Field, welcome in. Hello. All right. There we go. All right. Fixed. Locks, welcome in, dude. How are you? Welcome. Do you know that access to drops you get in game? Yes. If you are confused, if you do exclamation point drops on the purple side, I didn't add it to the other ones yet. You should get a link that tells you everything you need to know. But if you're curious where they are, if you go to twitch.tv/drops, then you can see your progress on the drops. Yeah. Has anyone played this on the Steam Deck? I have not. That'd be an interesting one to try. Give me a sec. I need to open my door. It's hot as hell in here. It's nice and cool in the basement, but man, it's hot in there. Ma, thank you for the gifted. So, okay, so here's how this works. Drops are on, meaning you guys can unlock skins to use in the game on different pieces of equipment. Also, on said purple side, if you gift a sub or if you sub yourself tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I don't think primes work for some reason. I don't know why. You will get a raccoon pet in the game. Yeah. I was, Lux. Yeah. But we were switching over because this game just went full release today. Yep. BSE, hello. Luca, thank you for the gifted. Thank you. All right. Why does stream keep freezing? I don't know. I have 0 drop frames. So that's on your end. Yep. All right. Let's get back into it. To the campaign. I think we have 40. It said $4,800. Bye, lady. Have a good one. Oh, if I do the bottom, I'm gonna have to move stuff around. Hold on. Let me go to the top real quick. If I'm in the top right, is the only thing I'm blocking like money and stuff like that? Zero deaths on our last run. Let's go. Jason, thank you for the gifted to bless your heart. Grumpy, thank you for the gifted. Danny, thank you for the 6 months. Possibly the symptoms. Interesting. Interesting. You were just watching someone. Oh, I have 0 drop frames, so it's definitely not me. Yeah. Be blocking the symptoms. Well, let me do this. What if I put it here and we just go take a look around? I really don't want to flip my camera. I hate the look of it when it's flipped. All right, let's go to next. Yeah.
Damn it. Generator's dead.
Ah, damn
I
it.
want you to keep those fuel barrels safe.
I heard you. Shut up. If I am going to do this, though, I am going to need... Okay, listen. I'm not even on that main thing yet. Yeah, I was literally doing this. Okay. Relax. Fuel is key to keeping the checkpoint alive. You must keep the generator supplied and running. Generator consumes fuel constantly. Be mindful of the fuel levels and power output. Interesting. Money's top left. Okay, I gotcha. We'll see. We can adjust as needed. Yep. It's all good. Juju, thank you. Tundra, thank you. Appreciate you guys. All right. Let's take a look around. Wayne. Switch to the base mode. Okay. For the fuel things, right? Copper! Good Lord. Looks good. Okay. We'll see. If we need to adjust where I am, we'll figure it out. You'll be blocking when it confirms if you've killed an infected. I feel like I'm going to be blocking something no matter what. I could always not flip the camera and just move my camera all the way to the other side of the screen. You know? What the hell? What did I do the last time? When I played the demo, what did I do? I feel like no matter where you are, you're blocking something. That's what it feels like right now. It feels like no matter what, you're blocking something somewhere. Epic Freya, thank you for the 13 months. Blade, thank you, Fred. There's a lot on the left side of the screen too. So yeah, so no matter what, we're literally going to be blocking something everywhere. Top and bottom left looks like you'll block stuff. Yeah, literally everywhere on the screen. There's so much info. Just play and enjoy. I think so too. You know what I'm going to look at? I have an idea. I have an idea of what to do. I have an idea. Top right is where it confirms infected or not. I think the middle is good. Let me go to my thing real fast. Agent Risk, thank you so much for the gift. It's Fran. Oh my God. Give me a second. I have an idea. Are we on a hype train? I don't think so. I think people drank the water and are now infected. If I go back to a new game, shut up, me. So when I played this the first time, I was top right. the entire time. You know what I'd say we do? I think we just stay top right and we just live our life. We just, oh my God, blood sample. What the absolute fuck? I say we go top right and we just live our life. If there's information that is pertinent that we need to know, I will inform you. Okay? Blood. We are not on a hype train. I just want to be very clear. And I can only assume that you now got the trash panda. Holy shit. The demo had infected confirmations top center screen. I think they changed it since then. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Make the camera bounce like the DVD thing. I like it. That's a fantastic idea. Love trash pandas. Oh my God. All right. We're just going to stay top right and just live our life. Okay. I'm going to be blocking something no matter what. Usually I move my camera around to try to make it the best place possible. I don't think there is a best place possible. If I move it later and this is part of a video or something, I'm so sorry for the adjustment. Yeah. Anyway, resupply. Let's get back to it. We need to go get rid of some zombies. 42. Okay.
Let there be light.
That's not that bad.
Get a move on.
All right. So we did that. So I need to go manually do the generator, I presume. Some of this we did in the demo, so I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Have you earned your trash panda? No, I need to gift a sub to somebody.
Fine work, soldier. You've mastered the lever.
Yeah, we
Now
did
let's
it.
see if you can handle something tougher. Always have people coming to the checkpoint.
Theo, thank you for the
That
11
means
months,
more
friend.
bodies and more pressure. Don't let any straw break the camel's back. Time to upgrade our base.
Yeah, you're right.
First, upgrade the base to level 2.
Are you guys okay? They're just standing out in the rain. Failure to adapt means failure to survive. Upgrade the checkpoint to prepare for new challenges. Earn research points to purchase checkpoint upgrades. Increasing the checkpoint level unlocks new tool upgrades and building upgrades. You'll need these upgrades to detect new symptoms more easily and to meet the demands for evacuations. Why are you walking like that? I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Always send to the lab for research points, even if no new symptoms. Didn't I hear from somebody by sending people to the lab, they basically send them to death? We'll figure it out as we go. Open the upgrade tab and your tablet. Upgrades. Upgrade 2? What's this, 150? Where does it say? How much do I have? Oh, 160. I see it. It's under that. Okay.
Easy as pie.
Easy as
Not so
pie.
bad. Now we need to deal with the generator.
All right. Return to base mode. Okay.
Select the generator.
Done.
Give it
Upgrades.
some muscle.
4,000. Well, good thing I've got the money.
Everything in this camp requires power.
Pie does sound good.
More
Doesn't that sound
buildings
good?
and bigger facilities means more power. Nothing is free here.
Yeah, I see that. Goodbye, muscles. What the hell's what's happening down here? What the hell? All right, talk to Georgie. Georgie.
See this? It's usually used to test reflexes. The infected have slowed reactions. You'll notice the difference right away. No need to reinvent the wheel or hammer on this one. Personally, I'd like to see a bat wrapped in barbed wire. Whatever. Just be careful. Don't go cracking any skulls.
Nice reference. Ah, we get to beat the crap out of people. Let's go. A bonk stick. Holy shit. Hatter, thank you for the gifted to Lost Lycan. Thank you, friend. Scooby, thank you for the 11 months. Challenge accepted. We're going to beat the crap out of people. Slow and dulled reflexes are new symptoms of the virus. Use the reflex hammer. Left mouse to test the survivor's muscular response. Only use this on the arms or legs. Hitting a survivor on the head or torso will hurt them. A slack jaw may indicate a potential issue with muscular reflexes. Ew. Okay. Hey, look at this guy. Hey, we got a stick.
You are in a quarantine zone.
No,
Stay
I have
calm
a
and
stick.
wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh, I thought this was a gun. Oh man, I got excited for a second. Space, thank you for the 6 months, homie. Time to bonk? I think so too. All right. We got a few peeps to go. Let's go. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Come on.
What are you doing? Is this really necessary?
I mean, yeah, a little bit, homie. We got to get back in the groove. It's been a few days. All right. We've got 9136. Whoops, wrong thing. 9136. Let's see. Oh, too far. Too far. Too far. Too far. So we have 91k, 36 temps. That's all good. That's totally fine. Let's give a looky-loo. We don't really have advanced equipment yet, so we can't do too much stuff. When it comes to the equipment I do have, oops, that's too far. We have the reflex hammer and the thermopulsometer. So arm and legs, right? What the hell happened to your... Why'd you just go low res? What just happened? Are you okay? What has happened? Dude. Why did the game go 8-bit? What is happening? Hit with hammer to fix. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey. Okay. Why is the world melting? They seem okay. I don't know how to fix this. Whatever's happening right now, did the quality settings just all change? What the f... Oh, I'm infected. Oh. It all makes sense. Okay, that's fine. Graphics. We're doing another auto detection to see what the hell's going on. All right. I'm not lagging, am I? No? All right. You look normal now. All right. I don't see anything out of whack. They seem pretty okay to me. All good in the hood? Send them through? Change the video settings. Oh, it's a known issue. Okay. Blood sample. What the? Use the hammer again? Let me check your little leggies. Oh, sorry. Okay. They're pretty fast to react.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
They seem okay.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Liquidation. What is wrong with all of you?
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Aggression? What do you mean aggression? I just smacked her with a hammer. Is that a symptom? I gotta be honest.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
I'd give anything and everything to wake up from this nightmare.
This motherfucker. Oh, you want to wake up from the nightmare? Here. You know what? I got you covered. Here you go. Let me send you to the wake up room. There's a wake up room.
It's not a death sentence.
No, no.
Right?
That's the wake up room. Remember, we keep all of our Pringles there. Give me the finger. Yeah? Go over here. We'll show you the finger, all right? Go ahead. No, no, no. Right inside there. Go ahead. Just, yep. Go on in. It's fine. Nothing's bad's gonna happen. Infected. Eliminated. That does show up in the top right. It does say whether they're infected or not. She'll never flip the word again. Damn right she won't. How are you guys? You okay? Are you twins? What the hell? All right. Back to you. I gotta be like, okay, with aggression, do you send them to quarantine for that or what? Don't use the scroll wheel. Reset to something else? Oh, you mean like actually go to the wheel and do this? Because look, appearance, like there's nothing. Appearance, temps, like nothing is weird. We could quarantine for funsies, but I'm gonna run out of space. For now.
No, you don't understand.
It's quarantine. Scroll down a little bit more.
Sir.
Yes. Oh, I see it. Absent reflex. Hyper aggressive. Okay. They did have that. I didn't mark it down. Shit. Should I mark that down first?
Identification verified.
Hey, come here. I need to put this down for you.
Status stable. No incidents reported.
Yeah.
Just look in my eyes.
Symptoms.
I'm fine.
No, you're not. All right. And back to quarantine. If anything, we can get one of these guys out of there and we can double check them if we want to send someone to quarantine.
Next survivor.
All right. Next.
You have to believe me.
Eyeballs are looking a little goopy. Why's your mouth all slack jaw like that? You're looking a little sus, friend. Stop sneezing on me, please. All right, you definitely have conjunctivitis. Any other signs of you're going to be turned into a goddamn flesh-eating piece of crap? That is a symptom. They did say something about when they were talking about the muscle reflexes. They were talking about the jaw thing. They did say that. You know what that means? I keep hitting the wrong buttons. I'm so sorry. Would you let me scroll? So they had, oh, that's literally what just happened. Yep, that was a cross reflex. Yeah. Listen, as much fun as you are. Yeah.
What do you mean, special processing?
It's special.
Move it.
I like your hair.
I feel okay.
Dat boy, thank you so much. Arnez, oh, thank you for the 65. Space buttons, Scooby, thank you guys. My God. Is this a family-friendly streamer? Yes, I'm very friendly to my family. How much? All the time. Okay. All right. Physical appearance. So the eyeballs. Is there a quick one to go right to the symptoms? Is there a button to go right to symptoms? Oh, it's C. Ah, that's what it is. You definitely have yellow eyes. That's for damn sure. All right, let's get our thermometer out here. Got a pulse of 101-ish. Pulse 101, temp 36. Oh, I keep doing that. Pulse 101, temp 36. No, that seems okay. Yeah, maybe do a little reflex test. Okay, little reflex test. All right, don't hit me, okay? Okay, he didn't react at all. C for chart. That's a really good way of looking at it.
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Absent reflexes.
Remove your
Okay,
outer
they literally did nothing.
Glasses and gloves.
Remember to complete the exam on each survivor, even if they have obvious signs of infection. It gives you greater. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't even think about doing that. C for symptoms. CYMPTOM. I like it. Does he react if you hit him in the crotch? Great question. doesn't look very happy about that. I'm sorry. They told me to. I'm bad with peer pressure, okay? That's a very normal... Okay, he's fine now. Let's do it again. No, I'm just kidding. All right, he seems pretty normal. Although, he does have the freckle things, right? He does have the freckles, which are okay. It's just an appearance thing. Yeah. Freckles, by the way, yeah. He seems okay. Well, I say he seems okay, but he's got the yellow eyes, man. You know what? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It just did it again. When I hit C and went like this, look what happened to the goddamn quality. Son of a bitch. This is going to get annoying. I can't go too fast. Quality. What did I do last time? I have it on a custom. Lisa does not have red hair. What's wrong with having red hair? Like, which one of these can I change to fix it? That's the question. Mark all the symptoms for extra money? Yeah. Tash, thank you for the gifted to Jenna. What happens if you whack their cheeks? That's a great question. You know, there's only one way to find out. Put something at epic. Global illumination. What if I do that and then I turn it back? Ah, I think that fixed it. Okay. Now, I don't know. I put it up and I put it back down and it fixed it. Look. So if any of you run into that issue, all I did was, I don't know if it works for all of it, but for the shadows, I went to epic and turned it back to high and it's fine again. Yeah, let's go double check one of our friends.
Verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Every second we stand here, they're coming closer.
Okay, I know that, but did you have these symptoms before? Yellow eyes, freckles. Yes. Okay. You have definite bruising. Did I just not mark the bruising down? I think we were lackluster in our note-taking skills the first time with some of these. So we've got to be really careful. His lips are blue, dude. Oh, I can give him a good old, yeah. You're right. All right, so I gave him a whack and that same arm went back. So that'd be absent reflex, yeah? His skin cuts too? Was that skin cuts? Are we saying skin cuts because of the blood? It just doesn't even look like a cut. It just looks like weird bruising. Not absent because he reacted. Yeah, but the question is, because it wasn't crossed reflex and he wasn't hyper aggressive. So which one would it be? Or just hit him again? It's just normal? Oh. Okay, so it's just not a symptom. It's just normal reflex. Looks like dirt? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't look like cuts to me. This looks a little bit interesting on his arm. But we don't even have that as a, like, some weird symptom right now. I can't even mark unknown. Hit him in the leg. He didn't react. That was absent. I smacked him in the leg and, well, unless him going, ugh, is a reaction. Look, when I do this again and again, look at the quality. Hit him in the crotch. Listen, we can't do that every time. So when you go into menus and out of menus too fast, it looks like it's causing an issue where it's actually downgrading the quality. I don't know why that is. I can't give you an answer, but it's happening. He did flinch. Yeah, he still has yellow eyes. I'm putting this dude back in quarantine.
No,
yes.
You don't understand.
No, I do understand. Pipsqueak dancing this bish. Danger Zone. Thank you guys all for those subs. Thank you so much. Rexshaw, thank you for the gifted. All right, and I'm gonna check you. I would love it if I could clear a spot. Oh, great. Never mind.
I know the rules. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't okay.
Do you know the rules? Because you look exactly like the other guy. It's just, okay. You have a lot more like, is this considered bruising? Looks like blood splatters. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily look like... is that a reaction? Is that a reaction? That's the question. He's just... Ugh. $140. 140. Yeah, okay. His elevated temp and elevated pulse are still there. Try to upgrade the scanner so you can remove dirt. Ooh, that'd be nice. Trying to upgrade stuff? Hell yeah. All right, I'm going to put you back in quarantine. Should I go back and check that other guy's temperature and stuff? Bless you. Deer Slayer, hello. Let's do that. Just to be safe. All right, open up, big boy.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Is this really necessary?
Yes, shush. All right, he's definitely okay. I say okay loosely. You know what I mean? All right, go back.
I'm not sick, I swear.
I swear. Shut up. Now, but see, okay, here's the issue we run into. I have too many now. Because look at this guy. Look at it. I think we hit him too hard in the crotch. Now his mouth is drooping on one side. No bruising. It's just the yellow eyes. Is he slack-jawed? It sure looks like it. Yeah. Yeet him? Oh. Lab time? I don't think I can send someone to the lab. I can't even do that yet. You know what? For now, go join your friends. We'll come check on you later. Time to liquidate. Okay. Listen. Oh, God damn it.
You have to believe me.
I believe you. You look perfectly fine. Why are all of them with this jaw thing? She seems great. 176.43. Okay, 176.43. Okay, looks good. I'm gonna check your reflexes, okay? Okay, then you seem a little angry. Are you okay? You want to talk about it? What happened? What happened? Oh, let me double check. Okay, there we go. See, it looks just fine. Oh, geez, I thought she was gonna swing at me. I got back. All right. Yeah, so listen. I gotta talk to you about something, okay? You do have red eyes, and you also have a bite right on your forehead. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're in. No. Welcome to the family.
At least it seems to have more guards.
Bye, Elizabeth Johnson. We'll miss you. Reclusive Rue. Thank you for the gifted friend. That's better. To the Pringles party.
Don't make me wait.
Hey, Braymere, thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Can we hurry?
Dude, okay,
I think
listen.
we were followed.
We can't have survivors, every single one of them, with like yellow eyes, blood splatters, all kinds of dirt and bruises. If the symptom card has a green check mark, they're fine to send through. Okay. Like the the absent reflex, they're okay. It's just something you note, right? OG Cook. The inspection rating system is confusing. Yes. Okay. All right. Here, let's check this first. All right. See, like that right there. When someone goes, like, is that a reaction or no? He's gonna hit him with a hammer. I kind of do. That's normal. Absent. We would say absent reflex, because if it was normal one, then I'm assuming their same arm would go back. Lack of. Okay, but I just keep hearing this. Ugh. That's why I was just making sure. It's when they react visually that it's normal. Got it. Try the groin again? Oh yeah, let me try you. Hey, does this work on you too? Nope. I feel like that's false. I feel like no matter what parts you have there, you get smacked with a hammer there, you're down. Like, it's hurting. I kind of call shenanigans here. All right, let's check your temps. You're right, steel right to the crotch. 141.36. 141.36. Okay, elevated pulse. They have yellow eyes. I don't think they have any skin cuts. They look like they just have, oh, never mind. That's literally skin. I thought they just had blood dripping on their face. No, they have skin cuts. Yeah, they're definitely needed in quarantine. We're going to have to do something with somebody. Eric, oh, habaho. Quarantine this. I will. How do I do it?
Status stable. No incidents reported.
Liquidation? Raymond Edwards is kind of asking for it. No, you're good. No, you're fine. Yeah, you're good. Hi, Raymond.
Please.
Yeah. What's wrong? Everything okay, Raymond?
So, where am I going now?
You're going over there. You're going over there. Oh, wait. Wait, I forgot to tell you something. Piece of shit. Got him good. I'll let you know what happens in the top right. You can't see it. He was a civilian. Worth it. All right, ma'am. I'm going to have to send you to quarantine.
You are in a quarantine.
F that guy.
Please don't do this.
Wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses, and gloves.
Siren, thank you for the... Can I upgrade the quarantine? I don't know. Can I? So with this one... What is this? Oh, I have 46 research points. So 75 for the scanner clear view. 75 for the scanner wider cone. 50 to improve the thermo. 50 to improve, oh, the sound cues and the color indicator. Okay. Do I look at the base? Is that what I need to look at? Ooh, defense center, checkpoint. What else is here? Canteen, generator, tents, security tower, clinic, laboratory, quarantine. Upgrades. It cost $1,000. I can't upgrade it yet. I think I could have upgraded it if I didn't murder that guy. You know, but he kind of was asking for it.
Sorry if I'm slow.
No, it's okay.
It's hard to think straight.
You just look a little dirty is all. So that was cross reflex. Okay. Good start. Good start. Good start. Good night, Sephiroth. Have a good one. Miss Nikki, thank you for the 16 months. If you guys are just coming in, by the way, drops are enabled. So by watching the stream, you can actually earn skins for the items in the game. How do you attach them? I don't know. I'll figure that out later. It's quarantine zone, JD. Quarantine zone. They were close to getting through. Yeah, missed it by that much. Miss Feisty, thank you so much. Ooh, you have a low pulse. 77 and 36. Damn. That's off the charts. Eyes are fine. You're a little shifty. What are you looking at? Why do you keep looking away from me, huh? It looks like they're just covered in dirt. They're just caked filth. And they're wearing flip-flops, which is crazy. All right, I think I marked all I can with them. To the fun center.
Thanks for at least letting me in.
You're very welcome. Let's get this other one.
What are you doing? Is this really necessary?
Hey, killer boots, man. Hey, they were infected, by the way.
Wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
Look at this dude's kicks.
Glasses.
Look at this outfit. Jeez.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Another one that's just like filthy. I mean, it is raining. I'm sure that it's probably hard times out there. Eyes seem okay. No freckles. No nothing. All right, let's check the temps. Another pole. Sorry, heard something. Liquidate him, take his boots. 9736, that's okay. All right, the old test. All right. That seemed pretty normal. He seems okay. Put him through. You think you saw skin cuts? Did you really? Jason, thank you for the biddies, friend. You saw skin cuts? Where'd you see skin cuts? I see a lot of dirt, a lot of filth. I don't think they're skin cuts. I don't think so. Mr. Killiam, hello, sir. It's a mimic. Get him out of here. Nah, he's good. Send him to the block.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much.
You're so welcome. Don't breathe on me again. I swear to God. UV him? I can't. I don't have a UV yet. Yeah, we don't have one yet. All right. Before I go night-night, I feel like I need to double check the canteen. Food in the canteen, 16 of 40. How much does it cost for that? Oh my God, that's all my money. For now, let's do that. Yeah, that's good for now. Is there anything in the clinic? Med kits in the clinic, we have 0. Oh God. I was not earning drops until I linked. Wait, you were not earning drops until you linked your account. That was not the case for me. I was earning drops before I linked my account. I literally had like 2 or 3 sitting there waiting for me. Good night, Peanut. Joey, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you. No, I can't update. I can't update the or upgrade the quarantine yet. Wait, yes, I can. Ooh, do I do it? I had to refresh for the drops. Also, the drops are limited to specific creators. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean limited to specific creators? Are they? Interesting. Think it's worth it? Ah, yeah, let's go for it. Goodbye, money. I loved you. You're earning? Yeah, I wonder how, like, I don't know. I guess I wonder how that works. All right, let's go night-night. Let's go night-night. Hard day's work. Dev confirmed, sir. We did the deal with the developer, so we offer the drops. Then the 5 official creator guys. See, I thought it was just that when we were playing the basically before the full release that only we had drops on because we were the only ones playing. But then anybody streaming it after that was having drops on. Maybe I'm confused by that. Yeah. The only one you can't get by watching is the raccoon, right? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, Chingus. Damn. All right. Well, good to know. All right, night-night. Drops for what for this game? It's all a learning process. We're learning. All right. Our current balance, we are literally negative. So we purchased $5,900 worth of stuff, survivors killed, and maintenance. We are literally in the hole. Oh, Jason, thank you, dude. Thank you for the biddies. It's fine. Remember that you can check those little drop downs at the top of the base screen to check what is needed for the day. Ooh, can you? Katie. Thank you, friend. Oh, this. Survivors in the block, beds in the tent, sick, healthy. Oh, the number of sick people in the sector with detectable symptoms, they can die from a deficiency in deficiency in resources or space. Food in the canteen, food needed. So we need 6 food for the day. Fuel for the generator 9, so that's okay. We have 0 so I need med kits. Got to cut back on the Pringle budget. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Angel, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Keep me alive for a bit. Yeah. It's only 10:30 for my time. So I have no money, so we need to go make money. And the only way we can make money, I think, is by going and doing the stuff in the things.
Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Kate, what the? It is a cool breakdown at the top. I didn't know that existed, or I wasn't paying attention enough to look at this. I'll be live until I end the stream. Correct. All right, so there's 5 people with symptoms. Like, I wonder if I need to go check on them.
Identification verified.
Okay.
Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
No incidents. They all look okay for now. Nothing shining bright. Oh, wait. How many people can I put in there? Wait. We can add 1 more person to the quarantine. All right. Next survivor. You have blood on your shorts.
To believe me.
The 2-day person, not a zombie. Is that the way that that works? If they've been in quarantine for 2 days, then they're okay? Yeah, that demo. But yeah, is that the same here, though? Recheck them.
I didn't do anything wrong, I swear.
Didn't you... Wait a minute. Didn't you have yellow eyes before? Hold on. He did. Ooh, he doesn't have yellow eyes anymore. His yellow eyes are gone. What else did he have? He had... Let me go back over here. Hold on. Okay, it won't do it. He had yellow eyes, freckles, and absent reflex. I think his freckle... Oh, yeah. He's getting better. Son of a bitch. Yeah, he looks okay. So if we do freckles are gone, and then let me check your reflexes. Oh yeah, homie's good. Homie's good. Angel, thank you for the gifteds. Hear from Barons. Why would you do such a thing? He seems okay. To the block you go.
What's the...
You weren't the guy that gave me the middle finger, so you're safe.
Identification verified. Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
All right. Now we check on you. He was playing with Chinggis. Wait, how is he playing with Chinggis? I thought Baron was doing this. This is solo. I'm confused. What were they doing? What do you got? 114 or 112, 30. Say, I think that's usually okay. Yeah. That part's okay. All right. Well, you know what time it is, friend. Time for the old whackadoodle. Okay, that seems okay. Visual inspection. They've got a little blood on them, a little schmutz, but that's okay. Death Star, hello. Dude, they seem okay. Storefront? Oh, a new horror game. Ooh, okay. They seem okay. Storebound. Oh, is Storebound like the comic looking one? Like, not comic. What's the way to, how do I want to word that? It's very cartoony, right? Isn't it very cartoony? Rain, thank you for the 2 years. They're playing a new horror game together. They went and include, oh, hell yeah. The Muppet looking game. Yeah. I have seen trailers for that. Playing the Michael Jackson horror game. I think so. Oh my God. I think they're okay. We're letting them in. They seem good to me. If not, well, that sucks. Actually, you know what? Let's go check on our other survivors. Was that a rat? just got 25 bucks for that. Oh. Come to Papa. You monster. Listen, I just got 50 bucks, dude. Listen, these are hard times, okay? Hi, friend. We can't have zombies and the plague. God forbid, dude. 2 for special? Where you going? Hey, where you going? Where you going? Hey, where you going? What's over there? I'll check. Okay. I'm sorry. Listen. Just pretend that they're toys. They're toys. It's a game. Is that a Mr. Wahats? Oh, thank you for the 2 months, sir. Oh, hello. Do you want the plague? Because that's how you get the plague. I know from experience. Whack-a-rat. Yeah, listen to this guy. You look more bruisey than I remember.
Any aggression toward personnel will not be tolerated. Offenders will be isolated.
But why toy splatter? Because it's toy shape. How do I re-inspect a survivor? Oh, I do have money for medkits. You're right. You don't. You can't. But you can kill them. So we just have to keep our eyes peeled, and if they are looking really rough, call it a day. Like, can I recheck their symptoms? I'm guessing it costs 1K if I off somebody that's not infected. No? I have to remember? Hey, can you stop moving, please? I need to see you. He has bruising, but I think that's it. How's the game so far? Pretty damn good, man. We're just we're getting into it. Just getting into it. You seem okay. Like, everyone seems kind of okay, you know? Look at me. You're still dirty. I don't know how. You're in the rain. All right. They seem okay. Cost 1K to off somebody not infected or a person you sent to the survivor block, regardless of infection status. Ooh, okay. So you have to catch them early.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Come on in. Water's fine.
I'll do anything. Just don't send me back.
You got it. So he didn't react at all. Yeah, me too. Definitely has conjunction junction. Definitely has the conjunctions. Okay. Nope, didn't press that button. Let's check our Tims.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
155.38.
Outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
155.38. So elevated. That's a quarantine. Definitely has skin cuts. Now let's look for more. Once we get more equipment, there's going to be more we can do. We just have to unlock it first. Yeah, this guy's definitely going to quarantine, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to quarantine. Making bigger quarantine space might be the strat herd. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do one more. A ka-chow. Yeah, see, nothing. To quarantine.
This has to be a mistake.
No, it's not. You don't trust that guy?
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
Those two seem okay so far. Vash, thank you for the gifted. Missouri, thank you so much. What? Is he okay? Oh, this dude looks like he has a sick sweater on. Hold on.
Hey, buddy. Don't worry, I'm not sick. I just look like this.
Some don't seem right. Some don't seem right. Should I check his temps? I feel like I should check his temperature. Okay, he has a pulse. I don't think there's a way for me to mark that. I kind of want to put him in quarantine. I kind of want to put him in quarantine. Yeah. He did the opposite thing. So, I mean, I guess I can get extra money by doing that stuff correct because it was a cross reflex. Can you not take the bag off his head? I don't know. Can I take the bag off his head? It doesn't let me. There's no, like, option to take it off. Oh, I saw his hands. Oh, I seen them. Won't he infect the others in quarantine? Don't you lose money for that? Would he infect them? I mean, would he? He looks so trustworthy.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses,
All right,
and
well,
gloves.
something is off.
Belongings for inspection.
Ah, come on, buddy. I'm not sick. Don't send me to liquidation.
You know, I would agree. I don't think you're sick.
We were friends.
We were friends. We were. Oh, he went around the corner. I couldn't see him. Oh, I couldn't see it happen.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Savvy, thank you for the gifted friend. Come on in. Water's fine. You guys walk so aggressive.
Any symptoms, see?
Was he infected? He was. Yeah. Okay, you got some blood on you, though. Definitely got some bloods. Okay. Let's check this stuff. Temps. Temps and pulse. 118, 36. I think that's okay. It's whenever they go above 120, that's the problem. And 37, so that's okay. What about your reflexes? All right, those seem pretty damn normal. I don't know. Seems all right to me. Eyes are normal. I don't see any cuts, no bruising. Seems legit. We did find the bone on the last one. That is confirmed. True. Bopper on the boob. You got it. I don't think she liked it. She's not a fan. All right. You know what? Today's your lucky day. Go join the others.
Thank you. Please stay safe yourself.
All right. Roger that. All right. We do need resupply med kits. How much money does that cost? I think it's going to be worth it. Resupply that. Let's look at our survivors. 5 sick, 3 healthy, beds in tent. Okay, so hopefully, so I assume that those are going to help with the clinic and like getting them healthy again. Provisions is still okay. We can do that even on the next day. Power's still okay. Med kits, 6 med kits needed for today, 5. So yeah, needed 5 today. There's 5, 6. So every time you have a sick person, you need a med kit. Cool. Flash is a booby bopper. Listen, someone in chat told me to do it. I said okay. Laboratory. 40,000 for an upgrade. Holy Christmas. Pickup is tonight. Oh, for all the peeps. How do you upgrade the checkpoint? Ooh, metal detector. Nice for 2,000. Chemical detector. Rot detector. Good Lord. Defense center. I'm guessing these are things that you upgrade when you actually do like your upgrade, right? What the fuck was that noise? Do I try to get more equipment right now? I have 100 research points. I don't even know how I'm earning research points, to be honest. I have enough that I could do one of these. I could do a scanner. Check the reflexes. Yeah, I just did. With that one, I just did. I thought I did. Hi, Ziggy. Thank you, friend. So there is the wider cone scanner and then the clear view scanner. Which one? Which one do we want? Oh, I feel like they have added so much that I have not seen yet from the demo. Oh yeah. So wider cone and clear view. Clear view. Oh my God. Those are just upgrades for the scanner you don't have, I think. Oh, well, how the hell do you get it? So, whoa. Do I get it by just continuing to play and then eventually it'll just be available? I'm trying to understand. So it's just not available yet. It comes with time. Okay. So that'd be a waste.
Don't make me wait.
Yeah, stop making me wait. Sylvie, thank you, friend.
This is just a
Dolphin,
bad
thank you for the
dream.
biddies. You think it's a bad dream? Oh yeah, what about this? Very aggressive, ma'am. I'm gonna have to ask you to relax, please. I'm just doing my job. Some people. 94, 36. You're in research points by getting good to excellent search on of each person you search. Oh. 9 p.m. every time? Oh, nice. Okay, thank you. Thank you. How do you check what time it is? Temps seem okay. Reflexes while they're angry. What is that? It looks like a birthmark. What would we call that? Wait, is that where I smacked him with a hammer? That's where I hit her. Never mind. Sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry. You saw a face on the knee. Oh, don't say that. Now I see it. Bruce and the hammer. They seem okay. Oh, their jaw's a little slack-jawed. Glad you're not a doctor. What do you mean? You don't have a scan? No, not yet, Jazzy. Not yet. We're working on it. They've got that jaw thing that they were talking about. That's a clue for checking the reflexes. Should I smack her again? Should I give her another hit? I can. I'm just saying I can. Okay. Maidenless, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, she's still angry about it. Yeah, it definitely leaves a bruise. No, I don't want to hit her in the head. I did it on the one because we knew that he was going to be going bye-bye. I didn't want to do it to somebody that we're going to be like possibly saving. Would you call that a quarantine or would you call that like good to go? I'm a little worried. Slackjaw equals reflex symptom to mark. No slackjaw equals reflex, they're fine. Well, the reflex symptom that we had, it was hyper aggressive, right? We should quarantine. We have the space for now.
This has to be a mistake.
It's not.
Next survivor.
Guess what I've got? Ready to check you.
I can't.
You look a little off. Are you okay? And her subscription. Payments overdue. Okay. Some don't feel right with you. Just got the skin. Nice. Super. Thank you for the 14 months. Thank you guys so much. Is her foot a bone? No. It's a dirty shoe. Although that'd be hilarious. Just standing here. So temps are okay. Pulse is okay. Right? It's not elevated. Seems all right.
You are in a quarantine.
Although
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
she's good to go. I don't know. I feel like there's a test I haven't done yet.
Glasses.
Ka-chow. All right, they did not move at all.
Belongings for inspection.
Absolutely absent reflexes. Which can be okay, apparently. Shallow. Agent Meow. Thank you guys so much. Infomercial that women have a liquidation. Wait, what? Good to go. Send her through. She's a keeper. She looks, I don't know, man. She don't look right. She don't look right.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Freckles are a green. They are a green, but she just looks so weird.
Attention.
Think she is?
Convoy arriving today.
All right. Go ahead, you old whippersnapper.
Anybody in there?
Hockey, thank you for the biddies. Ellie, thank you for the biddies. Hello.
So tired.
Me too. Those are interesting shoes to wear with this outfit, sir. Is that a flank? Oh my God. A little under the weather. Yeah, he's got the hiccups. Hey, why do you have hiccups? Did his other arm just move? Am I like, it was very subtle. Am I crazy or did I smack that arm and that arm moved? That looked like a cross reflex to me. Well, shit. All right, let me check your temps. Oh, shit. Bless you. Right in my face, you sick bastard. 185 and 43. 185, ka-chow, and 43. Yikers. You're crazy, but his other arm did move. Okay. Well, I tell you what. You know what? Just for good measure, you get one of these. A coo. And while you're down, I'm going to do this. Oh, jeez, it wouldn't let me. I was like, oh, God, he's going to kill me.
I'm so tired of this.
No, don't be tired. You're going to the farm, to the Pringle farm. You'll be fine. Oh, did he have a bite on his leg? No, come back. No. No, I missed it. Oh, man. Well, we got $400 for it. Son of a bitch. I get too anxious, overzealous. I'm just so excited to send him off to the farm.
You have to believe me.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
I believe you.
Remove your
Everyone
clothing,
has this
hats,
jaw thing.
glasses, and
Like
gloves.
all of them. Like every one of them.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
All right. Well, your eyeballs are red. Good Lord. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stinky. Uh-oh. It's alarming. Yeah, a little bit. Uh-oh. Stinky. Look at the... Oh, boy. Now, just another thing to imagine. You're just standing in line with this guy, just waiting. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Well, when in Rome. Pringle gang. 96, 42. Hike. All right. Definitely have high temps. Oh, you poor guy. That's okay. Let me give you a check. Yeah. You didn't react, did you? No. No reactions? Are you okay? What happened? Why aren't you reacting? You should probably try something. What's happening? Are you good? What happened?
You're scaring me. Where am I going?
Over there. Bite on hand. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, we saw it. Nick. We got the bite mark. Yep. Dude, flip-flops is like a choice and a half. Are those skin cuts? Yeah, they're skin cuts. It like took a second to like focus. I think was that conjunctivitis as well? Yeah, definitely got conjunction junction. We know your function. I don't see any bite marks, no bruising, no freckles. Definitely has the jaw thing. He's angry about it. Okay, that's definitely a quarantine worthy, but there's a problem with that.
Identification
We're all
verified.
full up here.
Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
I either A, have to upgrade the quarantine, or B, let somebody go free. When you go to prison, you get flip-flops. This is true. Someone might be okay. She might be all right. Check the one-dayers. All right, let's check. Get out of here. All righty, ma'am. Let's see.
Please.
So Ava Perez, female, 46, from Hoboken. Got it. No background info. That's fine. What are your symptoms? Hyper-aggressive reflexes was literally the only thing we had. Ooh, that seemed pretty normal to me. Guess where you get to go. To Friendstown. She's good now. Yeah, she seems okay. Yay, you're good.
Attention.
And that means you get to go to quarantine. You lucky dog.
Beds don't grow on trees here, soldier. Can't keep people in the survivor's block forever. Evacuation's part of your job, too.
Okay.
These folks need to be moved out of the city.
Check the other one-day person. So we had Eric. Who else do we have in here? We had Eleanor. We have Eleanor, who's a one-day. Mark is just put in there. Abigail. All right, let's check. Yeah, let's give her a look-see real quick. That's a good idea. To make sure they're not sick anymore. Yeah, I've got to get used to that. I've got to get...
I just need to get to the safe zone.
Do ya?
My family is waiting.
You didn't react. Did you react last time? Hold on. Yeah, absent reflexes, yellow eyes, elevated pulse, and skin cuts. Your skin cuts are definitely gone. Can I not just click on that and it goes right to it? Oh, that'd be nice. All right, skin cuts have disappeared. Let's check your pulse and your temps. So I have a feeling that if they have a symptom, but the symptom disappears, that means that they're getting better, and that means they're not infected. 122.36. 122. Yeah, that's still there. 36 seems okay. Is that a good logic? Is that a good way to think about it? I mean, if they were infected and turning into a Zed, like, they would not get better. Well, I think the hiccups, they said that early in the game, that that's something that, like, people believe is a symptom, but it's not necessarily anything. Yeah. You lucky dog. There's one more spot.
No pills. No, I forgot my meds.
I'm surviving her right now. No, she's good.
Evacuation convoy arriving today.
They'd be much worse if they're infected. Right. Nah. She's good. She's a homie. All right, let's start the evacuation. So we're learning as we go, okay? Okay, everyone has a role to play. Survivors cannot stay at the checkpoint forever. The science division and the military need all the help they can get. Select survivors to go to the science division to gain more research points. Select survivors to go to the military for extra cash. Remember your quota. If you do not have enough survivors to send out on an evacuation, you're jeopardizing the overall mission. Okay. So I have to decide whether I want to send them to science or to military. I don't know if there's really a benefit to either one, or if it's just pick and choose based on what you need. Right? Rose, thank you for the raid. Why not both? I'm thinking both, but just deciding, like, does it matter? For Carl Phillips, does it matter if he goes to military or if he goes to science? Research points, money. And it also tells you how many people it takes to get that much. The lady with the yellow eye sent her to science. Now, I have how many people? I have 12 people So I could send 6 to one and 6 to another. I don't think it actually matters which ones go to science because you can't go and check their symptoms. I don't think that actually matters. Or 5 and 5 and then I keep 2. Yeah. Keep some people at the base to ensure you have quota next time. Yeah, let's do that. So I could do 5 and 5 and then keep 2. Sorting by hair color. Oh my God. So Carl, you look like you're science worthy. Jose, you're going to military. Donald, you're going to science. You know what? You look too similar. You're going to military. Kevin, you're going to go to science. Ava looks like she'd kick an ass. Let's go to military. Okay. Abe Baker. Abe, you look like you kick someone's ass. Go to military. Let's see. Eleanor Miller. Eleanor, you're going to science. You look very sciencey. So do you, Solomon. And then we'll send Olivia over to military. All right. So we have 5 and 5. And then we'll keep Olivia and we'll keep that one. Yeah. End evacuation. You got it. You won't be able to return to this? Ah, that's fine. We'll make do.
Congrats on your
Survivors don't have any
buddy.
skill sets or anything, so I just split up evenly as possible. That sounds right.
Get some rest.
All right. Execute the evacuation. Oh, by going nanites? Do I need to, like, should I worry about my base first before I do that? Because we have survivors, beds in the tents, survivors in the block. We have 1 sick. Do I have med kits? I do have med kits. Okay. You didn't put the last 2 at the base? Oh, was I supposed to? Oh, shit. I thought that I just left them and they would just stay. Oh, I might have made a mistake. You're supposed to press S. Whoops. You know, shit happens when you party naked. Is what they say. I mean, they're still here. Like, look. Think it's all good? I mean, they're still here. Looks okay to me. Still got 2. We're going tonight. It's okay. Shh. Shh. Relax. It's okay. They didn't get lost to the void? No. There we go. We started the day with negative 260 bucks. We ended with 3,460. 0 deaths in the block. Pass infected. Go team, go. We did it. People in the block at the same time of evacuation 12. People evacuated 10. Non-infected sent 10. Infected sent 0. Lovely, man.
Nice work, buddy.
Thanks,
Remember,
pal.
Quotas are our main mission. If we fail them a couple of times and let's just say they won't be sending us to quarantine.
So the top left is my quota
Anyway,
that I need, right?
We've got lots of work ahead of us. Come see me.
Like I have 4 days to have 9 people, I'm assuming. What the, was that? What kind of rat did I just see? Oh, hey. Get at it. Hey. Would you? Son of a bitch. Stop talking to my friend.
Ring any bells?
Ooh, scanner. Oh boy. Some symptoms may be hidden under clothing. Use the scanner to examine survivors without undressing them. Yikers.
Beauty, isn't it? This scanner can
Yeah, I just tried hitting a rat and it actually worked. I was shocked. You get money. You get 25 bucks.
Keep this away from the perverts.
Okay. Roger that, I guess. All right. So we have 3,535 doll hairs. Easy cash, yeah. 2 rats is 50 bucks. So 2 survivors in the block, 2 are healthy, 0 sick. Perfect. Provisions, we have 17. 2 are needed for the day. For those 2, we'll need more soon. That's fine. Power consumed by the buildings, 9. Generator power, 20. Fuel and generators, 24. Fuel needed for today, 9. Cool. Med kits, good. What about the laboratory? Does this just... So that's how you upgrade it. Is it... You already have this upgrade. Is the lab open now? I'm so confused. Like, where do I even get to the lab? Try the lab. Well, there's quarantine, right? Let me see. There's quarantine. It looks like it's going to be here, but it's not open. Unlock later? Oh, God. I'm going to have to unlock like $40,000, aren't I? What did it say? It said it was about upgrading. It didn't say about unlocking. Yeah. Let's pull someone in. Move it.
Are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your
My
turn.
kids made it through yesterday. I just need to join them.
Okay. I'm going to need to see some ID, sir. Name. Bite marks. Contraband. What are you sneaking up your ass? Looks like just dirt. All right, where's our fancy pantsy scanner? All right, time to see you naked. All right, so bruising? Bruising, right? Don't think it's open yet. Yeah, it's not open yet. Yeah, upgrading this stuff is going to be nice. Just some dirt. Yeah. All right. Trying to make sure I don't miss like a bite mark or something. Hey, you got any bite marks on your butt? What about on your crotchal? Oh, there goes a rat. All right. No, I don't see any bite marks. Rat came to your friend again? Oh, hey. Showed his ass. All right. Check the temps. Is he wearing a jock strap? I think so. Do I hear zombies? Outside of the base? That's what it sounds like. Some ambiance. Okay. Pulse and temps, I think we're okay. Yeah, they seem fine. What about your reflexes? Seems okay. Seems all right. No, I'm going to go check on the quarantine here in a second. Dude seems all right to me. Why don't you go ahead, Home Slice? While you're over there, I'm going to go check on task completed naked truth. What? Hey, how are you guys?
Verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Now that I have a special
Someone's
tool.
watching us, I know it.
Yeah, it's me, stupid. Now we can check for things we could not see before. All right, he's wearing tighty whities. Oh, that's death. Homie's wearing tighty whities. All right. I don't see anything that we couldn't see before. Oh, I can upgrade the tool. Oh, you're right. Upgrades. We talked about that. Clear view. Oh, interesting. Allows the scanner to see through blood and mud or increase the scanner detection radius. They have COVID. It sounds like it. Oh yeah, the feet. That's a good point. So do we want a wider cone or do we want the ability to see past all the muck and the guck? Clean? Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll improve the cone later. We'll make it larger. All right, so now let me see here, bud. Ah, nice. So that way we can see past all that crap and in case there's something underneath, like cuts or something. Can't you get both? Do I have enough for both? I do have 129 left. I could, or I could improve the thermopulsometer with a color indicator or with sound cues. It's 50. I kind of want to upgrade the pulse. Do the color one? The color one sounds like the move. It'd just be nice to quickly be able to see that. Let's go with that. And we have 79 left over. Do I save it or do I spend it? I gotta look at your toesies. Would you stop it? So, making you reach for a mask. All right. That seems okay. What do we have for conjunctivitis? Elevated pulse, elevated temp, and skin cuts. Still has skin cuts. That's still there. See, that's nice. So, like, by doing this, we know for sure that he has skin cuts. It's not just like dirt. I already checked his feet. We already looked. Something on the inner thigh. Do you see something on his inner thigh? I don't see anything. Not that I could tell. $158.39. $158.39. So I mean, it's still elevated. He hasn't changed. Now the thing of it is, I don't think he's gotten better. Whoops. I don't think he's gotten better. Conjunctivitis, elevated pulse, elevated temps, still has skin cuts, absent reflex. You still have absent reflexes? Oh, nope, he's pissed. So what was absent is now hyper aggressive, which means he's getting worse. He's getting worse. I think he might need liquidated. To the snack room, I think we might have to send him off to snacks. Yeah, that's the new name. It's the snack room. Yeah. We're gonna send you off to go get some snacks, okay? For the friends. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be fine.
I just
Hello,
need
ma'am.
to get to the safe zone.
All right, you were mean to me before. Okay, now this time, I don't think you actually reacted. Which means you're getting better? Because that was absent on the reflex. That was literally it. Before. Pulse is good. Temps are good. Hey, Shawshank. That all seems okay. But now we can actually... Whoops. Now we can actually check with the clear guy. We could not check her before with this thing. Okay. That seems okay. Hey, Carnival, welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid, friend. I think she's getting better. I think you might be okay to go back, friend. Keeps getting angrier the more I hit him with a hammer. He must be infected. Oh, the feet. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. I keep forgetting to look at the feet. I said, God forbid. She's puts a boot over top of a bite mark. All right. You're a survivor. You're gonna remain on and on and on. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Now let's talk to Eric. Are feet bites a thing? I'm assuming they could be.
Don't bother checking. There's nothing valuable left.
Oh, yeah? Go on. You got something you want to tell us, Eric? Is there something you're trying to tell us, Eric? Are you hiding information from us, Eric? Eric? Did something happen that you didn't tell us, Eric? Did you get bit on the ass, Eric? No bite marks or anything. I wonder how he got infected. Now, okay. Conjunctivitis, skin cuts, and aggressive. Still aggressive. No longer has conjunctivitis. Homie has now upgraded to dry red eyes. Wait a minute. Ooh, red skin, pale skin, red bruises, green skin. Ooh, there's new stuff here. Necrosis. Anything else new? Oh, when we upgrade our level. Oh, that stuff upgraded. Ah. I see, I see. Anyone got clear eyes? Where's Ben Stein when we need him? Okay. He's looking a little tough. Yeah, he's had a better day. Wait, do I have you marked for skin cuts before? I do. How about this? Yeah, I'll see you later.
I'm so tired of this.
All right, quarantine is looking good. You know what? We'll follow you all the way through. I don't want you to feel alone. Go on in. It'll be fine. See, it's all good. Just take a little nappy nap. Holy crap. Did you also clean the quarantine? Are you supposed to clean it? What? Oh. Oh. It's a good thing I didn't do that when he was there. Oh, shit. Well, that could have been bad. Next.
Survivor.
Hi. Can't what? You seem okay. Here, we'll start soft. We won't go too bad. Majestic, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, friend? Pulse, temps, good. Jaws looking a little bit off to the side there, friend. Yeah, why are you so mad, huh? You like people smack you with a hammer? Yeah, they're hyper aggressive. Looks like your coworker. Well, your coworker's mean. God forbid you want to smack them with a hammer. Guys, if you're watching, by the way, drops are enabled. So when you're by watching, you'll be able to unlock skins for this game for different equipment. Again, I'm not exactly sure how to equip them because I have skins for the game. If somebody knows, please tell me, because then I'll turn them on. But anyway, she seems a little pale to you, or am I overthinking it? Oh shit, look what you did. Look what you make mommy do. I pressed too many buttons and now it's all screwed. Shadows. Epic. Apply. Shadows. Go down to high. Turn it off. Ka-chow. Fixed. Fixed it. All right, so we know she's angry. They send you a code via the email. Well, I did the code via the email, unless I already have the skins and I'm just not paying attention. Holding C for too long. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Matthew.
Your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings.
Under settings, scroll to the bottom. Wait, what? Under settings? Under settings, scroll to the bottom. There's a deal. What? Under settings, scroll to the bottom. Oh. There they are. So if you go to, hold on. So if you hit escape in game and you go to settings, when you scroll down all the way at the bottom of gameplay, you will see DLC. And this is where you can activate all of your Twitch drops that you earn. So when you get the Twitch drop and you claim it from Twitch, you get an email with a code. You take that code and enter it into Steam and you have it. And then when you turn it on, this guy looks like Dis. Look at this skin. What about this one? Oh my God. It has a little zombie on it. What about this one? Oh my God. It's got a little cart. They all have got little charms. And then the soldiers. These guys changed too, right? Hold on. Military skin. Default. Is there another one by chance? No, this one. Apply. So this is what they look like normally. And then this is what they look like. Okay, not so low res. There we go. Very Squid Game masks. Yeah. That's cool. That's pretty neat. Huntress, thank you for the gifted. Keystraws, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. I need to gift a sub to somebody so that way I can get the raccoon. All right. Well, while we're here, we already checked this, yeah? What gives them an Instagram logo on the mask? It is a little weird. All right, so we checked that. We checked that. I need to check this. We got a little distracted there. Sorry, ma'am. I do apologize. So she, when I smacked her, I need to check the feet. When I smacked her with the hammer, she was mad, which means you could be a problem. All right, I don't see any marks. Not that I can tell. Let's make sure we look down the side. She seems okay, man. She seems all right. She had the hyper aggressive though, which no, we're gonna send you over there. I don't trust. There's something up. Quarantine. Something seems off. Yeah, something doesn't seem right. Right, you get it. This guy knows. Bantha, thank you so much for the gifted. Do you really think pale?
Verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Why she keep doing that? She doesn't look pale to me. That looks pale to you? She doesn't, that does not seem pale. Maybe I'm wrong and we can always fix it later if we have to. You can check her ID. Oh, with the ID, does it actually show, hold on. Does it show what they're supposed to look like?
Don't bother checking. There's nothing valuable left.
She does look pale. GG's. Compared to that image, look how much color she has in her face and how desaturated her face looks here. Yeah, she looks sick. Compared to that photo, she looks really sick. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
For crying out loud.
Oh, shut up. I didn't realize you could compare to the photo ID.
Don't make me wait.
You got the raccoon. Let's go. Hi.
You can trust me. I'm healthy.
See, it's a good thing we have this. Look at her forehead. Just dirt. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. All right, you have yellow. Oh my God. Well, we got a little bit of a problem here. Got a little necrosis on the arm. Holy shit. Anything else, ma'am? Huh? Want to talk about it? I don't know why I just looked at your flip-flop. Bless you. Oh, man. There's no bite marks. There's no anything. Just a healthy dose of necrosis. What the look. Seems perfectly fine besides that. So we have necrosis. Yikers, dude. So we have necrosis and yellow eyes. Yellow eyes. Absolutely have necrosis. Means that their body has stopped fighting the viral infection. The carrier of necrosis will soon turn into an infected. Yay. Yippee. Well, when in Rome, we will check your temps. We're also going to smack you with a hammer in a second. Let's see. Temps are rising. Oh, shit. Bless you. 42. Hey, Dune, how are you? Bantha, thank you so much for the gift of the chaos. The game's been great. We're getting into it. We're learning the ropes. We're learning the ropes. Bless you again. All right, I think we're good. I think the only thing I haven't done, I need to stop hitting tab. We just haven't done this yet. I don't know why I favor the right arm. I do that all the time. All right. Absent reflex. Okay, sounds good. Let's check your... Here, I'll do it like this. Look. Skin looks the same. I would say skin looks the same.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Oh, yeah? You are going to the snack cupboard.
So, where am I going now?
Snacks.
Prepare
Next.
your belongings for inspection.
This is just a bad dream.
It's like their faces are like loading in for me. All right, your skin definitely, yeah, that's what I thought. So your skin looks a little bit on the red side, sir. Just a pinch. Oh, that was their left arm. Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry. Their left, my right. Shut up, you know what I mean. All right. Oh, was I not paying attention and they actually moved when I hit them in the last one? This guy definitely did not move. I might have not been paying attention. All right. Well, that definitely happened. All right. Okay. It's from his dose of... All right. Pulse and temps seem okay. You definitely have freckles, though. That's for sure. Might as well mark it while it's here. I think the whole point of marking that stuff is that if it stays, it gets worse, like that kind of stuff. All right. You don't mind if I look at you naked, do you? Gets it from his mother's side. Oh my God. You don't have any necrosis down your arms, do you? No. Yeah, he's red like a mater. Maybe he just got done going for a jog. We don't know. Why are we judging him? Maybe he's just sunburned. Exactly. See, he says he gets it. Poor guy's been trying to, fight his way to the base. It's tough times. All right. I don't see anything that says, hey, you should send me to the snacks. He's got the red skin. He's got the red skin, which is okay. And the freckles are okay. Right? Red skin, absent reflex, freckles. Like, these are all passable things, just sick. But I feel like since we have the space for it, we should probably send to quarantine because that's 3 symptoms. Pretty sure it's your job to judge him. Okay. If we need to, we can always let someone pass, but
I'm not
3
sick, I
separate
swear.
symptoms? What are you going to do? Nothing. Walk him over there? Next, please.
Yes, sir.
My kids
That's right.
through yesterday. I just need to join them.
Well, this would sound like a very, reusable excuse. My kids are here.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Holy
Stay calm
red
and wait
bruises,
for your
Batman.
turn. Remove your outer clothing.
I don't want to remove my outer clothing. All right, first we should check. Whoops. Oh, I did it. I pressed C. Yep, that was the bug. Just cut the leg off. Classic. I did it. Go there. Go there. There we go. I don't remember you inspecting any kids because I didn't inspect any kids because they're full of it. Because they're full of it. Oh, God. Sorry. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Wearing those rubber gloves, and I haven't seen you do a single cavity search. I'm just warming up to the idea of it, Kill. I can't just go in there all willy-nilly. I don't have horse gloves yet. They don't trust me. All right. We are going to start with pulse and temps. Pulse seems low, but I mean, I guess it's okay. Picture seems okay. Who do we have? We need to start identifying them by name, like who they are, to give them identity. David Morris. He's 52, and he's also from Hoboken. Okay, that seems all right. Well, David, how do you feel about this? Noted. Did he just puff up at me when I did that? That didn't hurt. Starts crying. One little tear comes down. Normal pulse is 60 to 100. That's so low. And like, I don't know. I feel like that's so low. Oh, actually, now look at that. Yeah. Is there supposed to be sound? I don't hear anything. All right. And let's do a scan. It's got red skin, but that's from me and my hammer. Oh, that looks rough, dude. Yikes. Oh, we got bruising. Holy hell, dude. Got a lot of bruising. Sheesh. Sheesh. All right, so what do we have here? We have absent reflexes, bruises, but we have red bruises as well. That's the problem. Luna, thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much. Kay, thank you for the 23 months, friendo. To quarantine, I think so.
What do you mean, just precautions?
What the hell does this sound like, Stinky? Next.
Don't make me wait.
Hello, ma'am. Oh, shit.
I already went through quarantine once. I passed.
With flying colors, right? Was that color red? Holy shit, look at her eyes. They're so saturated. Good lord. Well, we'll just start here. I already got it out. We're already at the scanner. We might as well use it. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is that? What the shit? Are those cuts? Good lord, lady. Good lord. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I don't know what. Her bare skin is out, and I'm like, there's nothing on her. There's nothing on her arm, and I'm like, oh, what could it be? Sorry, I'm just becoming a nature of habit. Send her to the snack room. It's gonna have to happen. All right, so we have. Let me look at your skin tone wise. I don't know. That looks pretty damn close. Stretch marks. Oh my god. All right. Well, you definitely have those. You have skin cuts 100%. Jeez, dude. What lovely red eyes you have. I think just cut up red eyes. Yeah, she's all right. All right, ma'am. Snacks around the corner.
Where am I going now?
To go say hi to your friends. It's fine. It's fine. So we have that. We have a couple of friends in here. Okay. These are all 0-dayers. Better to see you with, my dear. Okay, that seems okay. We have 5,900 bucks. We have people over that way. I could go check on our two that are over here just to see them, I guess. I mean, there's not much I can do about it now, right? Like, this was one of them. Weren't you one of them too? I don't think I had the chance to do this, right? Hey, get back here. Hey. Stop walking away from me. You're walking awfully fast. Hey, you, come here. Yeah, you better sit down, Stinky. God damn it. I'm trying to... Why's my flashlight such shit? Okay, so we did that. Okay, they're fine. Where's our friend? There's our friend. Hi. Don't mind me. You enjoy your ciggy. You know... God damn it. Would y'all stop walking away from me?
If you experience any symptoms, report to the staff immediately.
All right, I don't see anything immediately. Tier 1 equipment. God damn it. Sons of bitches. All right, it's fine. Whatever. It's fine. Do I need to upgrade any of the base? What you looking for? Just try to see if they have any marks. Because before, when we let them in, we didn't have that tool to use. Okay, we're good for a couple days on food. I can always tomorrow fix that. Because look, food in the canteen, we have 17, we need 4. So we're rocking there. Generator power. Produced per day by all generators when sufficiently fueled. Fuel in the generators, 24. The amount of fuel currently in the generators. Fuel needed for today, 9. The med kits, we still have 5. We're doing okay when it comes to supplies. Defenses? You mean like the defense center? That I can't, I mean, I do have enough money to upgrade this, but I just don't know if it's worth it. My fear is that I'm going to spend money on something and regret it. Like that's $2,000 for a metal detector. That seems kind of worth it, right? Don't bother doing anything until you have a tutorial for it. Oh, that's a good point. Don't go out of the way to push for something unless the game is like, hey, it's time for it. That's very fair. So when it comes to something like this, do I upgrade it now or do I wait? I hear zombies. I hear zombies. Wait on the metal detector. All right, I think we just go night-night. When we start checking bags. All right. Sleepies. Maintenance. Okay. Let's go. No infecteds. New directives are now available. Check the bulletin board immediately. The bulletin board.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
The Major and Georgie have tasks and requests that require your attention. They will leave notes for you on the bulletin board at the front of the checkpoint. Each item has a time limit. You will have a certain number of days to fulfill each request. Ooh. Lazarus. We have intel on a man named Solomon who claims he survived 3 infections, but our records list him as dead for 5 years. If he shows up, send him straight to quarantine. We have a day. Target sent to quarantine. Okay, so if we have somebody named Solomon who claims they survived 3 infections. Classic Solomon.
Identification verified.
Why are y'all so angry, bro? Like, what did I do to you? I'm just trying to save your life. Damn. I mean, I could check them first. We could do this. Hold on. Let's check for it. Let's do that one more time. Koya, thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much. All right. What did you have, ma'am? Layla had hyper aggressive reflexes and pale skin. Pale skin is still there. Oh boy, what is up with your hand? Did we have skin cuts before? I don't remember skin cuts. We did? Did I just not mark it? Just didn't note it. Roger that. Yeah, that's why it's important to do that stuff. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Okay. Did not react. Possibly getting better. Yeah, if that was there before, she might be getting better. It's a nice hammer. Thanks. Not looking quite as pale. I wonder if it like slowly, if they slowly go back to like normal skin tones, you know? I mean, we could keep her in quarantine to be safe. But beyond that, though, I think she's getting better. 96% on the 5-hour one. Nice. Almost done. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Falcus, thank you for the prime, dude. Appreciate you. I mean, she's getting better. If she was infected, I don't think she'd be getting better. Right? I think that's been our rule of thumb that we've been living by. You know what? We trust you.
See you on the other side.
Okay. Now, you losers, come out here. All right, so you still have the...
If you find something, just lie, okay? I can't go back.
I don't remember you looking that pale, friend. Do you remember him looking that pale before? Absent reflex, bruises. He is very pale. Yeah, I think so. You know what you need? You just need a good old shot from Mr. Hammer. Okay. Was that no reflexes? Yep. Absent reflexes still. Okay. We need I think we need to give our hammer a nickname. It feels appropriate. Nice undies. Okay, yeah. Bruises are still bruisey. A snack master. All right. Well, he definitely doesn't look better. That's for sure, dude. That looks rough as shit. That doesn't even look red. Like, that looks... Is that considered red bruising? That is so rough. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. Aren't those different bruises? The ones on his back? No. I mean, not necessarily. I don't know. It almost looks a little bit more yellow, though. Jameson. Oh, my God. I mean, I could keep him in quarantine for now because it, like, he doesn't look like he's about to turn. I think we're going to do one more day of quarantine for you, just to be sure.
What do you mean, just precautions?
Well, you're our new toy, so we want to keep you. All right, how about you?
I'll do anything. Just don't send me back.
Well, now that you mention it. Nope, you still have red skin, so that's still a problem, sir. What'd you have before? Red skin, absent reflexes, and freckles. Okay. Red skin. Let's check your reflexes. Yep, still absent. Now, I think his freckles are gone. He doesn't have freckles anymore. He still has red skin, though. Need some sunscreen? I think so. Yeah, he's looking like he's been out there a little bit too long. Although, like, even his red skin, it still almost looks better. Like, I thought it was like all over his face, and now it looks like it's like controlled. Yeah. So he has absent reflexes and red skin. I think we put him in here before because he had too much shit going on. Those are okay things. We just wanted to make sure that he wasn't getting worse. Think he's good? I think he's good too. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Sog, thank you for the gifted. I think he's okay.
I'll be okay, right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Identification verified. Quarantine.
We'll find out soon enough. All right. So we need to find someone named Solomon who claims they survived 3 infections, okay? That is our mission of the day.
Move it.
Are you Solomon? No, this is Abe. Abe is 29 and he's from New York. Hello, Abe. Yikes, Abe. Holy shit. Are you okay? All right. And it's just a lot of dirt. It's just a lot of dirt. He's okay. See, Abe is fine. Why is everyone so stressed about Abe? Look, he's doing good. Had a fight with a blender. Had a fight with something. What that is, I don't know. It's not his blood. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. He seems all right. He seems okay. Right, Abe? You okay, right? Yeah, he's fine. Let him through. Not until we do this. All right. Well, that's not good. No reflexes. All right. And wait, we already did this part? Hold on, I need this part. Check the feet. I did. He's wearing flip-flops. Temps are okay. Let me look at your ID. He seems okay. All the males I had were wearing thongs. Hey, he's not wearing a thong, is he? No thong here. Hit him in the nuts. That's not going to prove anything. We don't have to hit every single person.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
They're made of steel.
Your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Like, did you see his body shift when I hit him? Like, watch. Oh, never mind. Okay, 3 times. So good old Abe takes 3 shots to the nads to feel it. Good old Abe. Oh boy. I don't even know. Honestly, I'm not even sure. The only thing he has is the absent reflexes. I could put him in quarantine, but I'm not sure if I need to. Oh, that was his soul leaving his body. All about the aim. Did you see him move when I smacked him in the first time? Come on. It looks good. Are we voting him through? I'm cool with it. Let's go for it. All right, who's next? They come up and this is how I greet them.
He's got that shifty look in his eyes. Oh, I've seen this before. $10 says he's got contraband in that backpack.
Anything and everything to wake up from this nightmare.
Ooh. Survivors can carry luggage which may contain contraband. Inspect the table for prohibited items. Personal items and food are permitted. Weapons are not. Earn rewards for confiscating contraband. Ooh. Zombie parts are a biohazard. Anyone carrying them must be treated as infected. All right. Well, what do you have in the bag, sir?
Believe the things people try to sneak into their new life. Take this guy, for example. A real weirdo, but harmless. Sometimes, though, you find a whole arsenal. Can't let that into the camp. That'd spell disaster.
Well, we definitely can't allow you to have knives and flamethrowers, sir. He does have a sausage. Is that Johan or Larry? All right, so the rest of the stuff he can keep, I presume, yeah? Wait, what is your name? Oh, it's Daniel Gordon. No, I don't want to take the dude's sausage. That'd be rude. He has sardines. He has fresh fish and then also canned sardines. What a psycho. Can you x-ray the belongings? You know what? Let's try. What a great question. Can I scan the fish? Or the sausage? Nope, it's just for people. It's just for people.
You are in a quarantine zone.
All right.
Stay calm and wait
Now, as for
your turn.
you, mister.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your
Okay, I know the knife is for cutting fish, but that doesn't stop it from being a knife. Quibble Bibble! Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Oh my god. Yeah, just because he can cut fish doesn't mean he's going to cut fish. Oh wait, I didn't do my next big thing. A cut chow. Oh, that's not good. Every person I smack is absent of reflexes. The flamethrowers for cooking said fish. It was great. So happy Quarantine Zone is finally released. Oh, dude, when the demo first released, I remember playing it and remember how fun it was. It feels like forever ago now, but when it came out, like I guess early access, I was just going away for a couple days with the family. I was like, son of a, I'm not going to be able to play. So today I came back last night, so I knew today I wanted to play. What did you do? I'm assuming you played Quarantine Zone. I presume. That was normal. Wait, did his arm move? Oh, did his arm move? One more time? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, distracted. Played. How'd it go? Did you run into any problems? Oh, those are the... Oh, yeah, that's where I smacked him with the hammer. Oh, yeah. The only problem... I'd say the only issue that I've run into is that weird graphics bug. But there's a way to fix it. Is that just your spine, homie? Or you have bruises? I thought you didn't get to do the demo. I'm so glad you got to play now. No, I did get to play the demo. No, I did. Yeah. You just ripped, dude. Yeah, say, look, what the fuck? Yeah. No, it was great. Okay, he's got no marks on him. Other than that, he seems okay. Shush, zombies, relax. We're talking to somebody. I think he's okay. Temps-wise, he's good. All that, he's good. He's a survivor. One thing I had issues with was the integration. I haven't even tried it yet. What I wanted to do was I wanted to get a day in of just normal gameplay and seeing what this was like without having to, without allowing chat to mess with it. So on Wednesday, I'm going to play again and I'm going to have the integration. Yeah. All right. Who's next? Oh boy. We're starting to get some, we're starting to get more backpacks.
If you find something, just lie, okay? I can't go back.
I'll come pick your brain if you can figure it out. Absolutely. I will do my best to figure it out or mess with it. Yeah. The fish guy's name was not Solomon because that's this guy. We have intel on a man named Solomon who claims he survived 3 infections, but our records list him as dead for 5 years. Solomon. What the shit, Solomon?
You're robbing me.
Yeah, I am. Because I can take the ammo, yes? It's contraband.
How did that gun get in there? Somebody must have planted it on me.
Are those shotgun shells?
Just like high school.
Okay. Here's a book, which I presume I can't take. Quit smoking and... Oh, yeah, I guess not. No beer either. All right, we'll put it all back in the bag. Well, listen here, sir. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do an inspection. Quibble, if you have to raid and run, friend, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Take his beer? Oh, I can take his beer? That's contraband?
But...
I just lost $100. Thanks. You owe me $100. Look what you just did. Get in this game to go find me $100. But got a beer. That was $100 beer. I think it's only weapons. I think so too. Yeah. Blood sample, I swear to God. It's okay. We have the beer. It's good. It's fine. It's worth it. It's an apocalypse. All right. So this guy. All right, Solomon. You don't react at all. For the beer. You shush your lips. Thank you, friend. About to catch you online. Usually rated out by the time I'm streaming. So I hope you have an amazing stream. Thank you, friend. Need to run soon, but I'll keep you. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah. You're good. A glass bottle isn't a weapon in this wasteland? No. Absolutely not. All right. Eyes were okay, right? I think he has freckles and red skin. I'm just we're going to be sending him to quarantine anyway, but I just want to make sure we mark all the things we're supposed to. Alrighty, sir. Other than the bruise that I extended to you, what else do you have? Uh-oh. What was that? What did I just see? Was that bruises? Or is that just his kneecaps? Oh, shit. I think it was just a kneecap. Solomon needs a nut shot. Wait, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Solomon needs a hit to the nads?
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses.
Nat hit for Solomon?
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Yep, still works. Cup check. All right. Well, now that you're nice and angry, we're sending you to quarantine. On your way, sir. Excellent inspection. Now, wait. This should mark off, right? Does it show it visibly? Did he say he survived other outbreaks? No. Does the person supposed to say that they survived other outbreaks? Did you get 1,200 bucks? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. It waits until the end of the day? Okay.
Come on.
You're not Solomon as well, are you? Oh, shit.
I can't go back.
Oh. It's another Solomon. Come on. Better safe than sorry. I think so too. I mean, we'll still do the checkup, but damn. Did you whack the wrong balls? You know, TBD. TBD. I'm not sure. Let's check this guy real quick. Just send him to quarantine. I will, but before I send him to quarantine, I want to make sure we mark down all the stuff in the things. All right. Chew. All right, so that seemed pretty normal. Do a quick once over. He's got freckles. His eyes seem okay. I don't see any marks anywhere. Not that I can tell. All right. He's just got... I think he's just got the freckles. Temp look low. Yeah, but wouldn't it not be green if the temp was a problem? No, 36? No, that's not low. No. Let's go ahead and send you to quarantine.
Good work, Grunt.
Ah, there it is.
Get used to the praise.
Yeah, okay. That was the Solomon. That was the one.
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
Let's get this guy back out for a second.
No incidents reported.
Let's make sure. What else did he have?
Others out there. Look.
So he had absent reflexes, freckles, and red skin. I mean, he has 3 symptoms. Yeah, we did get 1,200 bucks instantly. You're right. You're the fake Solomon. You know what we do to fake Solomons around here? His eyes look away. I don't know whether to stick him and keep him in quarantine or what. This dude, though. We 3-tap fakers. Just like you. I think he's fine. I think we leave him in quarantine until we need space. You know? Get back in there. And I pull the lever. No. Get in there. Skadoosh. You've been there a day. Did we recheck you?
What are you doing? Is this really necessary?
We did? Did I recheck this guy already? Yeah, because we added the pale skin and stuff to him. Yeah, that's right. Pull the lever. All right. I'm going to send you back to quarantine. Just don't kill Solomons, okay?
You can't do this.
Yes, I can. Shut up. We have 2 Solomons. I don't want either of them dead. Another bag. Good grief, dude. Oh, God bless you. Aw. Oh, yeah. Pale skin. Conjunctivitis. Pale skin. Conjunctivitis. 39C. All right, hold on. All right, we have pale skin. 39, he's got elevated temps. He's got a normal reaction. Okay. Okay, very pale. Holy shit. Give the dude green hair and send him off singing in the streets. Disney zombies. All right. That looks like a bunch of dirt. Okay, nothing there. Check the bag. No, not yet. I was checking his person first. Okay. That seems okay. What do you got? Bullets.
You can't just take my stuff.
I absolutely can, idiot. Why would you have this here?
Hey, that's mine. Give it back.
No, it's mine now, stupid. Oh, forgot the toesies. Oh, you're right. Stupid foot check. One of these times I'm gonna find something on the foot. You know I am. Is that garlic? Yeah, he's afraid of vampires. All right, well, this guy definitely has to go to quarantine.
Your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Understood.
Yeah, go prepare your belongings, sir. Next. Donuts. Holy shit, they added Homer Simpson. Damn. You okay? Holy shit. Oh my god, I have to check his name. Uh-oh, Skedios. 43. Pike Roberts is his name. Pike Roberts. You okay? Oh, that seemed normal. I'm afraid to do this. Oh my god. Oh my Lanta, dude. He makes me think of that character from Sin City. You know what I'm talking about? The really gross one. Okay. You definitely, I mean, I guess I would call that green skin. Yeah, I'd say it's probably getting close to green. No, you don't label the sneeze. You just take note of it. Like you just, I mean, they just keep sneezing over and over and over again. All right. Well, my friend, how do I say this? Goodbye.
Thanks for at least letting me live.
You're welcome. I just saw the body bag appear. Enjoy the snacks. Enjoy the snacks. All right.
Identification verified.
I've got a suspicion. What is this? What are you guys doing? Reenacting a play? Like, I have a suspicion this guy's going to turn into a Zed and he's going to do work on these guys. I don't know. I have a feeling. I don't know. It's very, very questionable. Fake Solomon flipped you off. You know what? If it happens, it's meant to happen. Okay. Upgrades. I have 145 research points. This cost 300 to go to zone level 3. Or what we do is we focus on things like this, like upgrading the scanner cone, and then we can also even do sound cues. Now that you completed the Solomon task, can you release him because he was fine anyways? Oh, probably. Yeah, if he was okay and the only thing was just sticking him in quarantine to stick him in quarantine. Because it was Solomon White. It was this guy. The only thing he had was freckles, right?
Please. I've lost too much.
I didn't even mark his freckles. I think that was it. Leave him in just in case. I could for a day. I mean, because I could always just release him tomorrow, right? I mean, there's no harm in that. There's nobody else coming in.
I'll do anything. Just test me again.
Kid, thank you so much for the 7 months. He may get worse. Right. Or he becomes a snack. Did you have red skin marked for him? No. Should I have? He doesn't have red skin.
Status stable.
He doesn't have red skin. He had red skin. They said he's been dead for 5 years. This is true, but okay, like, our records list him as dead for 5 years. If he shows up, send him. But if they were so worried about him, why wouldn't they say send him to liquidation? Why would they say send him to quarantine? Like, hey, you have a dead guy in your presence. Go lock him away for a little bit. The other guy's going to off them all. I kind of want to risk it for the biscuit. Like, I want to just go ahead and take him out. Because he's getting worse, right? Do we just off David Morris? As a just in case? I need you to calm your shit. Bless you. He did get worse. He did. You know what? For the greater good. Let's see what happens. Wait a day. Oh.
I already went through quarantine once.
I know you did. I flying colors that you don't have anymore because you're absolutely pale as shit. For Solomon and Solomon. Wait. What do you mean wait? Didn't you ever see the movie Wanted? Kill one, save 1,000. Kill one, save these 3 guys. I could wait. Okay, listen. You know what? For a day. One day, we will see what happens.
Please.
Okay, we will see what happens.
Identification verified.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. It's fine. Let's check our stuff. You're freaking. Well, yeah, you guys are so negative. I don't understand what the problem is. Food needed for today. Do we have enough? Okay, that's fine. Power consumption is okay for now. Med kits for today's good. He survived the infection 3 times. No, that's a different guy. That's a different guy. Do you guys really want me to get rid of him? Fine, I'll get rid of him. Fine. Keep our numbers up. Fine. We'll send him away. Yes. Because if I don't and he turns, he's going to murder 3 people.
You don't need to check me. Just look in my eyes. I'm fine.
Bless you. Do a poll. Fine. Can we do a 1-minute poll? Can we do a 1-minute poll to say whether we should keep or off David Morris? So they turn automatically on the second day. I don't, that's what people are saying is they're saying that after 2 days, you usually know if someone is going to be safe or not, as in someone's going to be turned or not. So if we let him live for tomorrow, that's day 2. And I'm assuming that means he's either going to turn or he's not. He just sneezed in your face. I vote him off. All right, it's there. You guys, you let me know. Oh my God, do you hear the screams in the background, dude? Oh my God. He looks very pale. He was not pale when we put him in here to begin with. He has absent reflex, bruises, red bruise, and pale skin. And the pale skin just happened. It happened while he was in here. So he was getting worse. Yeah. He was getting worse. He's just malnourished. Oh my God. Yeah, the fear right now is that if we keep him, he's going to murder these 3. Oh, you guys suck. Mod's choice. Nope. You're going to tie it up like that? It's Mod's choice. Nope. Mod's choice. They get to choose. There's no right or wrong answer here. It is completely up to them. And whatever happens, happens. Off. You got it. All right, friend. You were a gentleman and a scholar. We send you to the snack cupboard for Pringles.
This feels wrong.
It's not. It's right. Flip a coin. What do you mean? That literally was flipping a coin. I'll let you know. Infected. Yep. I just got money for that. You can know, by the way, since you can't see the top right where it's behind my screen and stuff, but over on the other side, if the money goes up, you know we did good. If it goes down, you know we did bad. So, GG's. We just saved these three. We just saved this a-hole's life. The one that's sitting here flipping me off. Piece of shit. I should have kept him. All right, now we can sleep. Fake Solomon. Fake Solomon lives another day. What a jerk. I hate him. I hate his face. It's stupid and ugly. Oh, great. Look what you did now.
Prevent breach.
I did a coin flip, which...
External infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent
Roger that.
breach.
Bombs. Skadoosh. Skadoosh. Get skadooshed on. And go down the line with a cup pow. Oh shit. Over here. No, you don't. So use it shift? Yeah. How do I switch the... Oh, that's what it was. Reload. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Nice. Ooh, nice. Got him. Trying to get these big boys. There's an airstrike. What the fuck? Would you? There we go. I need this. I need this here. Oh. Trying to get to him. Reload. Yeah, these work good on the big boys. Yeah, those work really good on them. Good night, Supa. Sib, thank you for the 18 months, friend. It's her second baby. It's Junior. Congrats. Victories. All the things. Next time I want to fly the drone a little bit closer to them. Oh, shit. Are we out of everything?
Soldiers say some jackass wrote dirty poems on the camp walls. Find out who they're talking about and track down the artist.
Track down the artiste. Ooh, we're out of provisions. No. I need food. No, go back down. Canteen. It's $2,000. Let's do that much. All right. Clinic. Ed kits in the clinic. We have 3, so we could add a couple more. I think that'll do for now. Generator. We need more fuel for sure. I'm gonna max that bitch out. Yeah. Good night, Blue. What day is it? I heard someone dies on Saturday. Hey, what do you mean he dies on Saturday? All right, we definitely need to upgrade to a metal detector. Absolutely. Quarantine wise, I need to upgrade to 3 before we can do that. Oh, do I need? Oh, I need to manually do the power, don't I? Hello, friends. There you are. Enjoy your ciggy. When you can do the hydroponics is an amazing help. What's it help with? Bruised face. Survivors have reported that someone intentionally let zombies into their last safe zone. He was beaten severely before escaping. We believe he will attempt to gain access to this base. Do not let him. Someone intentionally let zombies into their last safe zone. So I'm just looking for someone with a bruised face? Gives 8 units of food a day. Ooh. All right, we have 5,600. Why can't inspect the survivors? Find all the poems using a flashlight. What? Hey, Vanchi, what's up? Hey, why can't I go in there? I'm confused. Poem time? What? Oh, someone wrote on the walls. Oh, yeah. Find all the poems using the flashlight. Is it over here or is it just randomly spread throughout the place? You have to clean first. Said he wrote it on the wall. Oh, like this shit? That says street? It says find all the poems using a flashlight. Stupid rats. What the? Oh, it's a collectible. That just gave me $500. Well, shit. You know you can hit the rats with the hammer? Yeah, I already did. Yeah. Oh my god. I just realized that I can jump. Or like, maybe I knew and I just haven't done shit about it. Knows it all, starts every fight. Hey, what are they talking about? Oh, you have to get really close to it and hit study. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there's a clue. I gotta find another paw print. That's the third clue. That's the third. Ew. All right. They were going this way, right? Yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking door jump scare. Good Lord. Ooh, there's one. Yells like justice is his right. Okay. Sure. Whatever you say. Perfectly normal glowing red footies. Yeah. All right. There's got to be somewhere, right? I mean, they had to leave this area. They did this. Okay, they are. They're going back that way. Got it. All right, going that way. Mark down UV. Wait a minute. Oh, is this the lab? Oh my god, there's a... Get out of here. Get the hell out of here right now. You see this shit? Don't open. Dead inside. Get out of here. 11-7. Get out of here. I see it over there. I see it. His tent is clean, but mine's a mess. Go in. Okay, now where? Wasn't I just in here? A zombie queen in mom's old dress. What the hell does that mean? Okay. Such a poet. He didn't even know it. Oh, okay. It's just training us how to parkour. Oh, what the shit? I'm following the footies. All right. I'm just doing what they say. How he walk on it? Dude, you got me. I don't know. All right. So he went up here. Can't stop gossip. What a show. Oh, hello, friends. Welcome. I swear to God, I thought I just heard that, like, trolley fart sound. Go this way. Cyber Panda, thank you for the 14 months, friendo. Ooh. Still mommy's darling. Old Abe Crow. What the? What is moving? What is that? What is that?
Filthy little rat. Let me catch him. I'll rip his ears off. This place is a joke. Who the hell let him get his hands on paint? Who's in charge of the goddamn storage?
I like your accent. Still wonder who put the new guy in charge of the play. Is there someone in there taking a dump? Hey, get out of there. Piece of shit. All right. Inspect the survivor. Check the storage. Oh, wrong way. Check the storage.
I'm so screwed. I left the storage unlocked, and now we're missing some paint cans.
Way to go, scientist.
Please, you gotta help me find them before the next inspection. We use this type of paint to mark hidden caches. It's damn near impossible to get it off. Should
Roger
still
that.
be able to find traces of it with a flashlight.
Which we did. Okay. Find the vandal by the paint stains on their clothes. Ooh, was it you? No, it wasn't him. Oh, shit. The first guy I see. Oh, no. Looks a little suspicious. What the hell were you doing to the paint, sir? Okay.
I can explain. The old fool brought it on himself. He can't keep his mouth shut. He's always picking fights and talking trash behind everyone's back. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Make him
No,
know his
red
place.
crotch, not red-handed.
We can work something out, right? I'll give the paint back, and you can say you caught the troublemaker and punished him.
I'm not sure why his crotch is red.
Please, please don't kick me out.
Take the money or leave the residential block. What? Oh, shit. Take the money or leave the residential block. What do we do? Do we take the money? Acid, thank you for the gifted to Chels. I think if you leave, it kicks him out. So we either A, take the money and all is well, or B, leave and then get rid of him. What are you looking at? You know, same feeling. Oh no, what do you guys think we should do? He's not trustworthy? He's not trustworthy. You know, we have 6,200. I don't even know how much money is there. It could be like it could be like $500. Oh Jesus, you scared me. Money's easy to get. He left, take it. Yeah, but that's, I think once you take it, that's that. Because then he stays. I don't know. I kind of want to kick his ass out. He went and he thieved. He went and thieved from us. Who knows what he would possibly do on the next day. Revenge is more funny. I'm sorry, I can't take the money. Fuck that guy. No, I'm gonna go be a rat. We're kicking him.
Thank you so
I know
much.
who did
You're
it.
my savior.
Such a rat. Nif, thank you for the gifted to Larry. Dominator, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello, friend. How are you? We're just getting rid of a rat within our compound who is stealing paint. Who thinks he can do whatever he feels like. Good, are you? I'm good. I'm good. Just getting into the depths of this game. How about you? How's it going? Snitches get stitches. That's fine. Maybe I want stitches. You don't know. Okay, I still can't go. Have you checked out the lab? I have not gone into the lab. Remember, we followed the footies and that was it. We could have huffed the paint. Okay. Let's go inside of here. We haven't even been in here yet. Hey. What are you doing?
If you experience any symptoms, report to the staff immediately.
Oh, does that say, why is that so dark? That's eerie AF. Brain. What? What? Loving it so far? Yeah, it's been great so far. We've run into some pretty interesting things. Have you run into the guy with the bag? Hey, what are you guys talking about? Hey, I like gossip. What are you talking about? How are your reflexes? No, I'm not gonna do that. Probably get me shot or some bullshit. All right, let's go back. That's literally just a loop of what I just did. How far? Day 8. Why can't I check on you guys? Okay, well, that's fine.
Don't make me wait.
Next.
Are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your
Okay,
That's
I promise.
Why
Symptoms
can't I
found in our
check them?
database. Fresh mutation. Deja vu. Pandemics never change.
You're day 14. Oh, nice.
Time to add it to the symptom chart.
Frickin' Solomons? What happened with the Solomons? Have you checked the survivors for anyone who has issues? No, that's what I was going to do with them. Bruised face. Survivor has reported that someone intentionally led zombies into their last safe zone. He was beaten severely before escaping. We believe he will attempt. So somebody was beating the shit out before escaping. I mean, beaten like crazy. I don't know. You have to take the money. No, it said take the money or leave. What do you mean you have to take the money? What? Yeah, look, the money was over here. Look, the money's gone. Drifter, I was like, what the fuck? No, I don't have to take the money. It's gone. This is the lab tutorial. Okay. Got you. So I can't go do that other stuff. I got you. Okay. Tag the unknown symptom.
Tap the right symptom on the list. Now switch over to the distribution tab. There's a lot we don't
Gotcha.
understand about the disease, but scientific research can give us some clues.
The equipment, the design, those
Data
are the
from
Twitch
lab
drops.
Can tell us about new symptoms to spot the infected faster.
Okay.
The poor guy won't make it through the procedure. I'm really sorry. You saw him, right? Even a light breeze would knock him over. This way,
I mean,
maybe his sacrifice will actually help.
analyze the
keep others
unknown
alive
symptom in the laboratory. This dude's just like unknowingly walking over here to his death. Oh shit. Extracting organs. Extract the target organ highlighted green. Destroy the organs highlighted yellow that are blocking the way to the target organ. Do not destroy organs highlighted red. What the f? How do you swap it in the game? Let me show you. So in the game, if you go to settings, gameplay, and then you scroll down, there's a DLC section. This is where you do it right here. Thank you, Drifter. Yeah, that's where you do it. All right. Looking good, kid. Looking good. We've been promoted to surgeon. Okay. So, extract the organ within the set time without making any mistakes. Okay, can I turn them? Oh, shit. How do I move? Oh, God. I don't remember how to move shit. I'm going to fail. Yeah, I forgot that I could do that. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. That's my bad. You know what? Better luck next time. I think that's what they always say. Orange ones get blasted. Red ones do not. Right. Roger that. Place the extracted organ in the sample creator. Place the created sample in the analyzer. Discover new symptom. Oh. What is with the screaming dude? Okay. So I take you. Oh my God. How do I? Oh God. Oh God. What are you? Okay. And I take that guy and I put it in there, right? Okay. Analyze. Going to the pancreas. I know. I'm just going through the motions. Symptom found. Research was successful. The symptom has been added to the symptoms chart. What was the unknown? What symptom was added to the symptoms chart? Nothing. I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused by that part. All right. So this is the real snack place. Okay, roger that. Well, we already had necrosis. Maybe it's because we didn't have the right organ. But now we know the process at which we're supposed to do it. Right? Hey, now we can check on our friends. Hi, you piece of shit. That's my assumption. It's okay. We're gonna check on you first.
Please, if you find something, lie.
Oh, okay. Conjunctivitis, pale skin, elevated temps. I mean, do his eyes look even more red? It assumed you would have gotten the right organ. Yeah, I think so. 38C, which I think is where we were before, if I remember. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. Now, what was this last time? Oh, nothing. Okay, whoa, a little angry there, bucko. You better chill. All right, so now he's hyper aggressive, which he was not before. Okay. Any new stuff you want to tell us about, huh? What's your name? Paul Jackson. Nothing happening with those toesies, eh? Send him to the lab. Oh, we could. We could send him to the lab because, I mean, I would get rid of him anyway, right? Why completely liquidate the guy if we could possibly, like, make use of him? I kind of like it. It's not a bad idea. Mark unknown symptom. Hey, you want to go to the science lab? Oh wait. Oh, sorry. Unknown symptom. Laboratory. Round 2 fight. Let's all go to the lab. This is round 2. Yeah, we get to try again. So yellow or orange or whatever is okay. We can get rid of those organs. If it's red, we can't touch it and I've got to move around and figure out another way. If that even shows up for this guy. He's ready. I'm ready. Orange, zap, red, no. That's right. All right. What the fuck? Is that his eyeballs? What is that? Am I supposed to take his eyes? What is that? Oh. I took one and I zapped one. I didn't mean to do that. All right, see, this is just all good practice. You know, it's just, it's all good. It's all good fun, right? Oh, I see what I did there. Oh, whoops. Almost had it. Missed it by that much. Practice makes perfect. That's right. Put you in there. You never know. We might find something new. Think you can zoom? Oh, shit. No symptoms found. You know what? It was worth a try. He was going to be a goner anyway. We'll get there. It's fine. All right. Back to it. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. How about you guys? You okay? I should probably do a double check on you guys. Next. Just keep sending him to the lab until I figure it out. All right. So what do we have for you, Solomon, number 2?
She's waiting for me.
Absent reflex, freckles and red skin. So freckles and red skin are still present. Okay. Pulse and temp are okay. I'm pretty sure that okay. He reacted that time. I think he's getting better. I think. There was nothing on him before. He's less red. Is he a little bit less red? He might be. Maybe not as much as he was before. Yeah, I think he's okay. I tell you what, bucko. We're going to go ahead and send you off to the survivor block. You have the best day ever. All right, Solomon number 1. You're the real one in our book.
Please. My wife's already inside.
Your freckles are gone, homie. Your freckles do be gone. Let's make sure your temps are good. He's fine, so his organs are perfect for extraction. All right. He's also, dude, he's also good. Go ahead. Hey, Ferris, welcome in. He stays in quarantine. Well, no, we had to send him to quarantine to get the money for that other thing, not for this. We need to find Bruised Face.
Come on.
Come on. Oh, what do you got?
I was helping others out there. Look, no bites.
All right, we have ammo.
Here?
A grenade.
Get in there. Somebody must have planted it on me. Take whatever.
All right.
Just let me through.
Do I let her keep the wrench? There's a fish. I assume no. Okay, never mind. Nope, that was hers. So they can keep a wrench. That's not considered a weapon. How's your temps? You okay? It's not. It's apparently okay. Apparently. All right, pulse is 158. So it's elevated. Temps, I think we're okay, right? Yeah, temps are okay. Hey, I'm gonna hit that spot over there. You don't mind, do you? No, that seemed pretty normal. Yikes. So we have red eyes. We have red bruising. Red eyes, red bruising. Showed wrenches of beer. Oh, as showed wrenches and beer as bad. Oh, well then I'm confused. Unless there's like like something wrong. Okay, let's go ahead and mark those symptoms too. You've got red eyes. You've got red bruising. And it's time for you to go. Wait. To the lab?
Calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Oh, she's absolutely pale. Oh shit. She's absolutely pale. 100%. Ribs? Wait, what'd you see on the ribs? Oh, it's like a tattoo. No, there's like a tattoo. It's a heart with something in it. To the lab. She was working in the lab. Now, what I don't know is like how you know if there actually is like an unknown symptom not yet identified. Like, do you guess, or is it like, no, this person has something that I have never seen? The charms on the tools make me think of Rainbow Six. Something on their body would show. Okay. It'll be more obvious. Okay. Mr. Killiam for the thank you for the 44 months for the Solomons. Okay. Does it highlight what is needed? What the fuck is that? Oh, is it right here? Is it like all of this? How do I extract? Infected's been eliminated. I grabbed what I thought they told me to grab. Wrong thing again? Oh my god. But it was green. Was it not green? Am I losing it? Or is it because I extracted it instead of like I thought it was not green? Dude, I'm losing my shit. I swear to God, I thought it was green. The nose was orange, the red inside was green. God damn it. We'll kill someone else later. It's fine. Shit. Behind it was green. Damn. That's all right. Next victim. All right. So the science thing is definitely not my thing. All right. Well, unfortunately, one of you's next. Who's it going to be?
Please, I've lost too much already. Don't make me turn back now.
Motherfucker, I'm sorry. Is that like a pound of kush? I mean cocaine, not kush.
It's not dangerous.
What do you mean it's not dangerous? What the?
Are in a quarantine zone.
What the?
Stay calm and wait for your
Take the garlic. No, he can keep his garlic. But the old necro that's happened on his legs there. His booger sugar. Hey, call right. Thank you, friend. All right, that's okay. Hey, how's this? There, he reacted. All right, well, we see that down there. Definitely don't need this for that. Yeah, he's smuggling confectionery sugar. All right. You know what I haven't seen? I haven't seen anyone bitten in a while. I feel like that is something I haven't seen in a minute. All right. Do I science him? I feel like I should. Toes. Oh, yeah. You're right. Oh, wrong thing. It's just more necrosis. All right. Well, you're next. They see me coming. They're like, oh, shit. Listen, there's pressure. There's a time limit, okay? I don't want to mess it up. The tutorial shows it better. I think that's what it is. So, okay. So let's go over this one more time. If it's orange, destroy it. If it's red, leave it. Yeah? Yellow, laser. Green, extract. Okay. Okay.
Any attempts to leave the zone without authorization will result in immediate consequences.
Okay. The screaming. Okay, so that green thing is what we need. Yeah? The green thing is what we need. So this right here. Laser this bitch. Dude, I'm gonna fail because, oh, it's an additional, oh, that's what the time limit is. It's an additional reward. Bro, I'm sitting here thinking like it's a must do. Okay, I'm destroying every organ this person has. And it's not getting me any closer. Probably easier going from the back. Let's try. Yeah. All right. Some more yellow. Wait. Just destroy this, yes? Because it's yellow. Green. Extract. Yes. What the hell? It looks like a balloon animal. Like Tim Burton's Nightmare. Okay. See, I saw that time limit and I thought that it actually was like, no, you have this long to do it or you fail. It makes more sense now. No symptoms found. Did not reveal. Okay. So really the only time we really need to do this is when we see some shit that we've never seen before. But now we know. Well, their spinal cord looked really weird. Okay. Do we have anyone left in here? No, the Solomons are gone. All that for no reward? No, of course I had practice.
Next survivor.
Just took a few couple peeps. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we boring you, you piece of shit? Okay, that's not going to happen. Okay, well, I can't take that. I'm assuming money is a no-no.
Please, that's all I have left.
I know, shush. Relax. We're not going to take it there, yellow eyes. Right. Are you pale? That looks pretty similar. Was from no practice the best reward. Exactly. Dude's got cash to buy more Pringles. All right, pulse and temps seem fine. Seem okay. Okay, oh, wrong button. How about your reflexes? Oh, they're okay. God damn it. And now time to check for holy shit. All right, well, what the hell is with the... Well, you know, we definitely know what that is. That is not unknown. All right, so homie's got necrosis, and he's also gonna go visit the snack cupboard. No, not more science. He doesn't have anything unknown. That just said survivor sent. Wait. Did I just lose money? No, infected, eliminated. What? I'm so confused. That was I just got money. That was correct. He was infected. Okay, they're all survivors. So does it say that every time? And I'm just not noticing it.
What are you doing? Is this really necessary?
But you were confused at first at that as well. Was it a poor? No, because it said it was green. Like I did a good job. What is wrong with you, by the way? Stop hiccuping. All right, red eyes. Great start. Beautiful start. Good job. Pulse is at a good solid 150, I'd say 151. Okay, elevated for sure. What happens when I do this? Okay, normal. Oh Jesus, we're going off the rails. Science to death. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, they went low. They went low res. Hold on. They. You can turn holiday decorations on? Wait a minute. Hold on. Holiday decorations. Am I crazy or did that didn't do jack shit? Is there something I'm missing here? It's not a holiday. Yeah, but are you telling me that that option is there for whenever there is the few holidays that are decorated for? What are you doing, weirdo? Interesting. Okay. Okay. That looks different, right? Okay. Yeah, we have a Peep and Tom. I'm sorry. Sorry for making you wait. I know you're so anxious. That's okay. Okay, what do you have? Nothing noticeable. Oh boy. Now that explains everything. We finally found another person with a bite mark. I feel like it's been forever. Someone's got a case of the zombies. All right. Nothing else? Yep. All right. Well, we recognize everything's basically that's here. So long, farewell.
What do you mean, special processing?
Nothing.
Calm and wait for your turn.
No, there's no point in sciencing her. We notice everything.
Glasses and gloves.
Now, don't forget. We haven't seen someone that looks like they've been beat the shit out of.
This area is secure? It doesn't feel secure.
Although he's a little. What are you? Okay, don't eye me down like that, you weirdo.
Please leave that. It helps me sleep.
Oh yeah, you got a burger I'm about to confiscate though. $193, 38. 193, 38. Oh boy. Well, you know, it was great knowing you. I smacked the shit out of him. He just. Oh no, I did it again. God. I can't wait till they fix this because I fat finger it all the time. Oh. He's got like double pistol tattoo. That's interesting. Anything? I've yet to see something on like feet. So we're just checking to be sure. All right. I don't see any bite marks or anything, but homie is definitely infected. I don't know what got him infected, but he's infected. If they've got a cough or a sneeze, see if you can test for it. I don't know if you can. Is he pale? No, I don't think so. The vocals like hiccups and sneezes are most likely unknowns. I mean, we're going to off this guy anyway, so we could do an unknown with him. Sure. To the lab. You're next. We'll be back. Yeah, why not? All the skin cuts. Oh, you're right. Hey, can I mark down your skin cuts? You don't mind, do you? Can I still do that? I forgot about the skin cuts. Yeah, don't move, okay? Fudge. Said earlier. That's okay. It's just more practice. It's fine. Hey, I just got 400 bucks. Infected, eliminated. I did it right this time. Hey, yo. I got your nose.
Any attempts to leave the zone without authorization will result in immediate consequences.
See what happens. It might be nothing. Yep, nothing. So it's just good to know. It's just future reference, you know? Yeah, we were told earlier that hiccups and sneezes and stuff really aren't anything.
Move it.
About damn time. What kind of checkpoint are you running?
He kind of looks like he got the shit kicked out of him. You know what? We'll go we'll go through the whole spiel. We'll go through it all. He's sort of kind of, you know what? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. You okay? Okay. You know, everyone else is doing it. I thought I might chime in. All right. Make sure you don't got anything on you, sir. We're just being extra careful with the kids these days, you know. All you crazy kids and you're crazy getting the shit kicked out of you. Oops, I missed. Oh, you know what we haven't done in a while? Yeah, I'll tell you what we haven't done. Hey, don't be so sad. What the fuck? There you go. Hey, let's go. Target eliminated. Double tap. Hey, guy. Look at that. Now we have 12,000 bucks. Sheesh. Hot diggity dog. All right, let's check on our rations. That's the next thing. How much do we have of everything? Do we need more? Got a lot of food. A lot of power. I mean, a lot of fuel. A lot of med kits. We're doing okay. We are not doing bad. Not doing too bad. Okay. I have 194 research points. So, if I use them, I could use it to widen the cone. I could use it for the sound cues just to get these out of the way and kind of unlock everything as we go. I think I'm going to do that. I think that sounds like a plan. Let's do all the things. All right, and then we have 69 research points. Nice. Nice. Save? No, that's okay. I think we'll be okay. How's everybody doing? Everyone seems okay. Some upgrades. Well, let's see what we got. Checkpoints, the defense center, could upgrade quarantine. Reduces the ability cooldown by 30% for the defenses. Quarantine, if we upgrade that, I need to be zone level 3 to upgrade the, oh, god damn it, to upgrade quarantine. Checkpoints. Gunpowder detector. Alerts if gunpowder is detected in baggage. Bad. What else do we have? Tent upgrade. Ooh, that's $1,000. Let's do it. Okay. So I guess we can hold more people. Okay, what about these upgrades? What about the canteen? Upgrades. Oh, hydroponics. Passively creates 8 units of food a day. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. That's $3,000. What about the generator? We need zone 3 for that. And for the clinic, $3,000 to treat up to 25 sick people a day. Security tower. Ooh. Yeah. There we go. So there's more defenses, right? Adds another security tower. Good, good. We have $8,000. Do I use it? Yeah, 40,000. Oh, we get at 40,000 you get a zombie cage? A containment unit for infected subjects. Automatically converts corpses into nutrient paste. Ew. Hydroponics pays itself off quickly within a week, I'd say. We get a pet zombie. That's what it says. So you think hydroponics would be the way to go? Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Let's do it. I like it. I dig. I dig. We sleep. Shit, I just saw what time it was. Holy shit. You'd rather not have a nutrient paste? You're just not living if you don't have nutrient paste. 12,000 we spent on that. Damn. We are left with 4,620, but we are starting to get the groove. We are understanding what to do in the game. I finally figured out about the sciencings, how to dissect people correctly. So that's good. We have so much to look forward to. Oh my goodness.
Don't play possum, soldier. I know you're up. There's a new symptom. Go see Georgie. He'll brief you.
Guys, I think we're going to call it there for today.
New directives are now available.
Listen, shut up. We're busy talking. So I think we are going to call it there for today because it is 1 a.m. for me. But I will be continuing this on Wednesday. This is Wednesday's game for sure. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. That's right. All right, let me edit the other places for now, friends. Thank you so much. Thank you so stinking much. Hot damn, dude. We'll go find someone to raid here shortly. Just got the skin. Hell yeah. See, like Chinggis, I did not realize that drops were not enabled for everyone. I didn't know that. Okay, Kill. Listen here, sir. Listen here, bucko. Yeah, that is complete news to me. I didn't know. Kill, we know you never sleep. I know he doesn't. He really doesn't sleep. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope you guys were able to earn some drops. If you did, make sure that you guys go to twitch.tv/drops to claim it, and then you'll get emails with your codes so you can get those items in game, which are actually really cool. I can't wait to see what else they make. It's only 10 p.m. for you? Okay, well, it's 1 a.m. for some of us, and others of us, it's like 7 a.m. because they're crazy and just don't sleep ever. Kill. Get it on Wednesday. I'll be playing it all stream, friend. All stream. We have a lot to work on. It's also 1 a.m. for you. Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. I'm glad you guys were here. See, some of you guys, when we end late, it's a good time for you guys. Within which, thank you, friend. 3 out of 4. Nice. So, what I don't know is I don't know where to direct you to continue watching for drops because I don't know who has them and who doesn't. That's the only part I'm not sure of because I was being informed earlier that not everyone has it. I was like, well, shit. I didn't know. I wonder if... Is there a way to search for it? Is it true that the raccoon thing is a skin for the rats? Okay. See, that I don't know of. What I have to do is I have to gift. Okay, how about this? You know what we're going to do? I'm going to find someone to go to that has drops. And wherever we go, I'm going to gift them a sub so that way I can unlock it too. Because I haven't had a chance. Stop by next stream to get it. Yeah, I'll be live Wednesday. Yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. If you guys are not already in my Discord and you want to get updates about when I go live, that is there. There's the socials. There's the Patreon, which, by the way, if you want to see an adorable picture of Josie as she's resting in the chair behind me, watching, well, not watching, but with Snow White in the background on VHS, it's available to see there. But I need to figure out how I can find out who the hell has drops on. Let me take a peek. Maybe one of our friends does. I don't know. I don't know how to find that out. It's called the raccoon rat skin. Oh my God. Thank you, Flame. Thank you. Thank you. Bought the game. Time to get drop farming. Song, where'd you find the... Oh, wait, hold on. Song, where did you find the page for that? Boo, 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 boo. All right, let's see. Okay. On the drop inventory page, you can check. Oh, can you really? Ooh. Okay, hold on. On the drop inventory page. Well, see, I've already claimed all my drops, so I don't know if I can see the inventory page anymore. Epic did not have drops. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't know if it was only people that got in touch with them before all that stuff went down. Because, like, I was in contact with them leading all the way up to the full release. So I wonder if that has something to do with it. Interesting. Yeah, it said that she had it earlier, but she didn't. So, okay. So when you've already unlocked all the drops, I'm curious to know how you know if somebody has drops enabled. You know what? Wait, I might know a way to do that actually. It's a really shit way of doing it, but I think I know a way of doing it. Let me do this. And I'll do... Might be playing quarantine with drop enabled. Yeah, what I'm trying to understand or figure out for future reference, just anyway, is understanding how you know who has it and who doesn't. Because see, like under his page, under his, it says drops enabled. Let me search this way instead. I have a different way of searching. Sometimes it lists under the drops, but not always. Yeah. I'm trying the tag right now to see if the tag is actually helpful. Because according to this, I mean, according to the tag, which drops enabled is not something you usually put on yourself. It's usually something other people put on. There are 16 of us with it on right now, according to this. Oh shit, I got to make sure I do this. You have the list? Let me click into their stream real fast and see. Epic had the drop tag. Oh. Epic had the drop tag and didn't. Okay, so that's not reliable either. Yeah, the way that I was thinking about checking to see if people had it was I was almost going to do an incognito window and open their stream to see if it shows the drop at the top of their chat. I didn't know if that would work or not. Okay, maybe that's not good. That works too. I don't know if it's going to work because the one person I just tried it on that it looked like they had it on doesn't have it on. It should, or let me try one more time. Okay, no, I see it in his. Okay, that does work. So yeah, you're right. There's somebody that has drops enabled under quarantine. They don't have drops enabled. I know because I just checked. This is a pain in the ass. Yeah, like they don't have it. Nope. Actually, you know what? I didn't even have to go incognito. Like I used Queso for an example. I went to Queso's. I can see the subscriber watch to earn different drops at the top of his chat. Yeah. Yeah, Mel, I had no idea. Like, honestly, I was talking about it earlier today, and I said, I thought that everybody had it. I didn't realize it was only certain people. He does? Yeah. Yeah, he's only been live 47 minutes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Honestly, how am I not already following him? It's because I follow him on all the other socials. He's great. He's good peeps. He is good peeps. All right. We know where we're going to go. Put an announcement after streaming because I would hate for people to think that I did that to bait views. Right. I think that was absolute innocence. There was nothing you could do. Miscommunication. I think so. The only way that I knew that not everybody had it was because of Chinggis. He came in and told us. That was the only way I knew. That was it. That's so dumb that you have to connect first before you even earn drops. I think I was earning it before I connected because by the time I connected, I already had 2 or 3 that I could claim. He told you at the end? I had no idea. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I tell you what, friends, it is super late. Luckily, I work from home tomorrow. Thank God, because I have shit I've got to do around the house in the midst of working. You're not connecting. You've been earning. Yeah, I earned too. Same here. Yep. You haven't linked and you've got it. I think it's some people have to refresh. Yeah. Yeah. All right, you lovely beans. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for an awesome stream. I can't wait to play this again on Wednesday, man. I'm excited. Like, as we're progressing and we're starting to figure more stuff out, it's fun. I'm still back and forth whether I want to do the integration or I want to wait. I kind of want to wait until I've gone through campaign and then do the integration. Maybe. You can only watch one person in the drops enabled. Otherwise, they won't work. Oh, okay. Like, it won't work in multiple places at once. I gotcha. I don't even have the game. Yeah, that's the way most drops work. You don't even have to have the game. Yeah. Thank you, Vane. Thank you so much. Yeah, they never work in multiple. No, you can't. Definitely can't cheese the system. Not like that. Not like that. You can't watch a DVD drop and this drop, for an example. Those two separate drops, right? So much drop. I have so many drops for so many different games that I don't play because I'm in a stream that raided into another stream. I have drops for Outlast Trials, DBD, Rivals, Arc Raiders, you name it. I've got a shit ton of drops. I don't play any of that stuff. Got 3 and almost got the 4th. Nice. Yeah, I have, more Outlast Trials than anything. Earned claim, but don't have the game yet. So when you get the game, you'll already have the skins and you know how to turn them on. Thank God people showed me how to do that too. It's all a learning process. We all learn together. It's okay. All right, let's get out of here before ads happen, friends. All right. If you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, the next is for you. Creepy Tier 3s, that's for you. If you're not following these amazing beans, by the way, that are part of the stream teams, please make sure you check out Mel. Make sure you check out Mr. Glacius, Mr. Vinchley, Eric, all the homies. Make sure you check them all out. Mr. Killiam, who never sleeps. Kill one day is going to go to bed at a normal time, and we're going to call the cops because it's not Kill anymore and it's been taken over. We are raiding into another person that has drops. Absolutely. Yes. That was the whole debacle, was trying to understand who had them and how to know who had them. What is normal? Otter, that's a good point. Touche, friend. Touche. Make sure you guys please check out Midnight Society. Please make sure you guys check out Set the Tone. All the homies are amazing. If Kill sleeps, we need to send him to the quarantine. Amen. Hardly slept since I got the interview. Oh, yeah, that's fair. It's been like a week. Well, take pills. Well, no, don't take pills. What the hell is he wearing? Oh, he's wearing his shark glasses. All right. We're going to go raid an awesome creator, funny man. You guys are going to love him if you've never seen him before. Thank you guys so much for an awesome stream. We are over halfway to the monthly goal. I appreciate you guys so much. We're going to be doing Quarantine Zone again on Wednesday because I feel like there's so much we have to do, to learn, to figure out, to unlock, all that stuff. I'm excited for it. I can't wait. I will see you guys on Wednesday for more fun. Thank you guys. I love you all. Goodbye.